From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off. It is a Monday edition on the Daily Tip on the best network that we know, the BetMGM Network. And we're going to start with our best bets and begin with our coverage of yesterday's incredible finish in the U.S. Open. J.J. Spaun hoisting the trophy. We'll get to the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Final as well. In 20 minutes, we are headed to the NFL, where the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson are speaking again. They're finally talking. That's followed by a big trade in the NBA at 6:40. At 7 o'clock. Speaking of a big trade, we were just talking about this right before we went on the air. The Red Sox making one last night, dealing Rafi Devers out west. We'll talk about what it means for Boston and San Francisco. Look at our favorite plays today on the diamond, and then vote on our Monday MVP. Finally, in hour 3, it is more hoops. We'll get you ready for Game 5 of the Pacers and Thunder tonight in Oklahoma City. At 8:20, we chat with John Nolan, who is the Fever play-by-play voice, as Caitlin Clark returns. Then we tie it all together at 8:40 with our favorite plays on this Monday. I'm Jinx. She is Chelsea. It is a brand new week. Chelsea, how you doing?
Yeah, good morning. Happy Monday, Jinx. So you had told me something about like this military parade in DC over the weekend. Honestly, like I didn't even think that was that big of a deal. And then I watched the news this week and I was like, oh boy, Chelsea, you've been so knee deep in the world of sports that you've missed out on some things. So, Jenks, I feel like it was a good call getting out of Dodge this weekend in D.C. How was your trip?
The trip was awesome. We had an amazing time. We got away early on Friday afternoon and made it to Annapolis before 5 o'clock because the lovely Catherine got away early. So it was great. We spent time by the water. We ate some good food. We ran into some people that we know there and then got some time to ourselves kind of on the water because we always take this boat tour. So it was really wonderful. Came back yesterday. A successful weekend. How about you?
Ah, nice. I have started to decide that I think my weekends are actually harder than my weekdays because Jake's always gone. He has these baseball tournaments, so it's like me on mom duty the whole weekend. But he did get to come home for a little bit on Father's Day, so that was nice and relaxing. And you know what he wanted to do for his Father's Day? Sit on the couch, drink beer, and watch golf. So that's what we did.
Ah, well, he got a good one. Little beer, little golf, never hurt anybody. And you went into the weekend with some winners, too.
Yeah, so best bets over the weekend on Friday, I should say. Best bet was Ranger Suarez of the Phillies under 2.5 earned runs. He was facing the Blue Jays here. Ranger Suarez has low-key probably been one of the best starters in the National League. 3 consecutive starts where he has allowed 2 runs or fewer and didn't allow a single one on Friday. So that was a nice little win for me. Also had the squad play of the Pirates Cubs, first 5 under 4. That was an easy no-sweat winner because there was not a single run scored on the first 5 innings. So I will take a couple dubs out of the last week.
Absolutely. Take it when you can get it. It was a gross week for me. Had a 1-1 night on Friday. Was also on the squad play like you talked about. Had Angels, Orioles over 9. O's win 2-0. That was a loser. Dogster had A's, Royals over 8. A's win 6-4. That's a dub. So for the week, you went 5-3. I went 6-10. The Dogster 3-2. And if you're curious, our show parlay, wah, wah. We'll get it one of these days. The parlay went 2-3 over the weekend. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Monday morning. And we begin at Oakmont, where J.J. Spaun wins the U.S. Open, shooting a final round 72 after starting his final round by bogeying 5 of the first 6 holes that he played. That includes that shot on 2. Really bad luck where he hits the flagstick, and then the ball rolls back 47 feet. But he finishes clutch with a flurry, an incredible drive on 17 to put him on the playing surface for eagle. He would knock that in for birdie instead. Then on 18, needs 2 putts to win it, including his first from 64 feet 5 inches away.
Want to cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
Courtesy of NBC, it is the only putt of the week made by any player that was 60 feet or more. Spaun, a U.S. Open champion and major champion for the first time with a 2-stroke win over Robert McIntyre from Scotland. Spaun, the only player under par at 1 under. What a finish in a tournament that was delayed by rain on and off throughout the day. The conditions were not great, but in the end, the Spaun with one of those great finishes we'll always remember.
Yeah, I don't think that this is one of those tournaments where somebody's going to say, hey, he didn't earn it. No, he absolutely earned it. In fact, I feel like anybody in like the top 3 pretty much earned their keep in this tournament. It felt to me like it was fitting that this was on NBC because here's my non-golf comparison to this. Watching golf this weekend at the U.S. Open was like watching The Office for the first time. And here's what I mean by that. I don't know if you remember this when The Office first came out, but it was one of the first comedies I remember that was based on the cringe factor. And when you're watching the U.S. Open, how many times did you cringe watching this? Because think about it. It's the best golfers in the world. And it brung them to their knees. You know, there were guys who were punching holes in the club room after their rounds. You could see Tyrrell Hatton throwing his putter it felt like every putt he made, or he didn't make, I should say. So it felt like one of those moments that the cringiness of it and the fact that we had so many bad moments, it made those good moments feel almost better. Because think about it. In The Office, they have all these cringy moments, but when they finally have a good moment, the payoff is so much better. So the fact that we got a winner in this one from J.J. Spaun, making that incredible birdie putt to win it, just fantastic. Chef's kiss, everything you could have wanted from the U.S. Open.
I mean, I think the U.S. Open got lucky that J.J. Spaun made that shot. They really did. Like, it was the one thing that saved a tournament that was really frustrating to watch. Just talking to people, a lot of people said it's difficult to watch survival golf when you have the best golfers in the world just struggling to make par. I mean, thank God that Spaun gave us the one moment to remember, because before that it was just, hey, these guys are the best at what they do, but the course won't let them do that. So, and then you've got the rain delays mixed in. So I'm not trying to come down on the Open, but at the same time, if you want to see great golf where guys are challenged without being challenged to the point that it's sort of ridiculous, I kind of felt that way about the Open where, okay, this is great, guys, but at some point, and the Open has had this problem before, you make the tournament and the course so punitive that you really don't allow golfers to golf. Like, there's a difference between, hey, I'll just hack around and maybe I can make bogey here or maybe make even par, and guys, you know, where you have a few of the best golfers in the world who can get under par. And again, it took J.J. Spaun with an incredible shot that we hadn't seen all week on the final hole of the week, which ended up being the final putt of the week, just to give it that one memorable moment. So I'm glad Spaun got it. He certainly deserves it. And this is a guy who is a worthy champion. But also, I feel like most of the tournament, particularly in the final round, it was a tough watch.
It was. But again, it just made those incredible moments that much better because you aren't expecting them. And I will say there were guys like Scottie Scheffler who missed a bunch of putts. Like Scottie Scheffler, I feel like if he made like any of those putts that lipped out or that were like, you know, a foot away, he would have definitely been in contention. And here's the other thing. The fact that we got a winner like J.J. Spaun, who I remember, you know, on Thursday after that round, because he was your first round leader, so many people said, hey, it's not going to be J.J. Spaun. In fact, I think you could still get like 12-1 odds on him, even though he's your first round leader. So people looked at his name and say, he's not a big name. He is not going to pull this off. He's not one of the big dogs. So the fact that, number one, he won a major, number two, he won it in the way that he did with that incredible back nine, nobody can take this away from him. Nobody. Because when you have, you know, a tournament that plays really easy, like, you know, the John Deere Classic or something, you say, oh, well, anybody could win that. No, I feel like if there is a tournament, obviously you want to win like probably the Masters, but still, this is something that goes on your resume that nobody can take away from you. What a moment for J.J. Spaun, and what an emotional payoff. Like the resiliency it took to stick with it on this course, like, man, just incredible.
What a win for Spaun. He deserves it. His previous win only had one previous win on the PGA Tour. That was the 2022 Valero Texas Open. Of course, had a couple of runner-up finishes this season, including a runner-up to Roy McIlroy at the Players' Championship. Robert McIntyre finishes 2 strokes behind at 1 over. Victor Hovland 2 over. Cam Young, Tyrrell Hatton, Carlos Ortiz all tied at 3 over. John Rahm, Scotty Scheffler tied for 8th at 4 over. And then other notables on the course, Brooks Koepka 6 over, Roy McIlroy 7 over, Colin Morikawa and Jordan Spieth tied for 23rd at 8 over as well. Well on you. Good on you, J.J. Spaun. Hell of a finish to the Open at Oakmont. Also yesterday, Caitlin Clark returning to the Indiana Fever. She missed 5 games because of a quad injury. Now she's back, and the Fever beat the Liberty 102-88. The Fever were getting 6.5 points. They were plus 145 on the money line. Total set at 169 and a hook. The over hits. Clark 7 3-pointers while going for a season-high 32.
And Cunningham is down behind the play, but they've got Caitlin Clark to fire away from 3. Clark with the 3. Johannes answered, then Caitlin again. She's calling for the ball from Cunningham. Clark, another long 3. She's back.
She's back is right. Call courtesy of ABC. Clark with 9 assists, 5 rebounds. 3rd career game with at least 30 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. As a team, they set a franchise record. The Fever do, going 17 of 35 from long range. They improved to 5-5 on the season, and they hand the Liberty their first loss of the year. If you ever needed to see just in real time how much Caitlin Clark means to her team, we saw it over the weekend. 32 points coming back was very impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And we see it in the ratings as well. Because the story the whole time that Caitlin Clark was missing from the lineup is how much the ratings went down. So here's the thing for the WNBA. It looks like the Fever as a team are a much better team this year. And obviously that includes Caitlin Clark improving her game. So when you see this signature win, this was a good win. You take all the other headlines off of it and everything that surrounds Caitlin Clark. This is just a plain old great win against one of the best teams in the league. So great things moving forward probably for the Fever. I think it's one of those, I'm not going to say under the radar teams, but as a whole, they added some pieces during the offseason this year to make them a better unit. So you can't just key in on Caitlin Clark. Like, you certainly can try, but they can beat you in other ways. So an exciting future ahead for the Indiana Fever. We hope they make a deep run in the postseason because obviously the ratings will help when Caitlin Clark is on the court.
Yeah, it's easy to focus on her, but they added DeWanna Bonner during the offseason. They already have a great young player in Aaliyah Boston, and that's one of the reasons why, in addition to getting a ton of bets, that the Fever are one of the favorites to win the WNBA title, but handing the Liberty an exceptional team in its own right, their first loss of the season, also a big win as well. So whenever Clark is on the court, she always moved the needle. And we saw the needle moved a little bit in the NBA Finals over the weekend. Yeah, it was a couple days ago. We got to talk about it very quickly. Game 4 where the Thunder rallied to beat the Pacers, 111-104. The Thunder were laying 6.5. The Thunder minus 240 on the money line. Total set at 227.5. The under hitting, and SGA with 35 for the Thunder.
Gilgeous-Alexander hits a three. Clutch bomb from SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive, pulls back. Baseline jumper's good. OKC with their first lead of the second half.
SGA so good late. 15 points in the final 4 minutes, 38 seconds of this game. Call courtesy of ABC. Jalen Williams, 27 points, 7 rebounds. Alex Caruso, massive off the bench. Didn't just score 20 points, also grabbed 5 steals. The Thunder trailed for a lot of this game. They were down 10 points in the second half. They make some clutch defensive plays late and close out Game 4 on a 16-7 run. Teams that have gone down 3-1 in the NBA Finals are 1-37 all time. So the Thunder needed this one, and they were the better team when it counted, Chelsea.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this was good for a narrative shift because I think we were getting to the point where a lot of people were saying, oh, the Thunder are good, but they played in so many blowout games that they don't know how to close things out. So you see this game, you're like, well, SGA looks pretty damn good in the clutch moments in this one. So again, I think the series is going to go the distance. We've had a great NBA Finals thus far. We will see how the Pacers respond, because I'll say this about both teams. They have done an excellent job of rebounding after a loss. So if we continue this trend, should be a good one from the Pacers next game.
Man, SGA really proved why he was the MVP in this game. 15 points in the final 4 and 30 and change of this game was massive. And not only while that was happening, what the Thunder did was play that traditional or that type of lockdown defense that has gotten them to this point. So it took some work because the Pacers controlled it for most of the time. And we get Game 5 tonight in OKC with the series tied at 2. The Thunder are laying 9.5 points. Total set at 223.5. Series price now. Thunder minus 650. The Pacers plus 540. Coming up on the show, Dak Prescott hears the criticism, and now the Cowboys quarterback has a response. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Monday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, believe it or not, it looks like the Bengals are starting to negotiate with one of their big names. Maybe. So you asked me how my weekend went. It was great. But Friday night when we were in Annapolis, oh my God, we could not, I don't know why we could not get a moment to ourselves, and it was kind of driving us crazy. We went to this, Catherine and I went to this one bar. We were sitting there, and it just got, like, she's very sound sensitive, which I've said before. And the bartender kept taking, whenever she would use the shaker to make a drink, she would, like, bang it up against the bar, like, really loudly. Even I was like, God. And that kept happening. She's like, can we just, like, bounce to somewhere that's a little quieter? I was like, sure. So we go somewhere else. We're sitting there. And there's a guy to my right, and I guess this guy's about 4 or 5 pops in. Easy. He said what? He said he was 5 drinks in. And I guess he worked at this bar. And so he overhears Catherine and I talking, and he goes, whoa, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're 42? Pointing at Catherine. And she goes, yeah. He goes, sorry to interrupt you, and I heard you say that. That's amazing. You don't look 42. I'm like, oh, thank you very much. So he's like, what do you guys do? He starts up a conversation. So he asked Catherine, and I know he's going to ask me. And I was like, I'm kind of going to lean away from the Commanders thing right now, which I'm very appreciative to have that job. But sometimes that goes down a road that isn't necessarily great. And so he goes, what do you do? I go, focus on this girl, because this one is the real baller here. And comes back, goes, what do you do? And I was like, what are you again? I go, Sagittarius. He goes, oh my God, I'm a Sagittarius too. He goes, but what do you do? I go, well, I do this, and I do pregame for the Commanders. He goes, what? Really? Oh my God, dude, I work here. Hey, Laura, this guy is an illustrator for the Commander. He's an illustrator. And I was like, oh, okay, no, I'm not an illustrator. And so I said, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not an illustrator. Like, I don't have any drawing skills. I'm not going to be like, now, see, the way I designed Major Tutty was the nose is actually smaller than you might think. I was like, so anyway, so it was all fine. And then I was like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I get to go to the bathroom. I hear Catherine go, he's following you. So I was like, oh my God. So I don't see this. I'm at the urinal. Okay. And all of a sudden I hear the water turn on next to me, and I hear, shh. Yeah, it's just been a tough week for me. It's just been, I've been working a lot, and I'm like, what? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I mean, that's tough. I mean, I'm enjoying myself. So it was fine. He was a very nice guy. We had a good time. But then I walk out, and the woman that he knows behind the bar goes, you look like Chris. Chris is our boss. Do you know Chris? I'm like, I don't know Chris. You look just like him. And so anyway, it was fun. We had a good time. But that was even a small situation. We were just trying to, like, maneuver a little bit away. And we were having a hard time doing it. So we finally found a place, especially on Saturday. We're like, let's get some time today, you and me. And we just, not to be antisocial, but we just don't talk to anybody for a while.
Well, then maybe don't go to bars. Like, I don't know. Maybe go to, like, just a restaurant. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I feel like you guys, like, I don't know if it's your face or, like, you guys just look like friendly people, but I feel like this happens a lot to you guys.
All the time.
People just ingratiate themselves into your conversation. So maybe you need to go to a setting where it's a little bit more difficult to, like, penetrate your conversation. Because I feel like this happens kind of a lot. And I guess, like, at bars, a lot of people go to bars to have some sort of conversation with people they don't know, right? Like, usually that's the consensus, or else you just drink at home by yourself. Maybe you people watch. But I don't know. That, or you need to start, like, traveling with some, like, headphones that you can just, like, slide in and be like, yeah, I'm on the phone. Because I feel like that's the best way to, like, send a signal that you don't want to talk to people. You just put those AirPods in. Or, since you're not an Apple guy, whatever the equivalent is, just some headphones. I don't know what the name is. What are they called?
Earbuds? What are you
just call them earbuds? Is there a brand name?
Wait, that you just put in your ears?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could get, you can get all sorts of different earbuds. I think they're generally called earbuds, but you can get, what the ones that Apple users use. What are they called? I don't know. I'm not an Apple guy. AirPods, yeah. Or they have earbuds, which you can use. Or Beats, if you want to just, go all in and wearing your Beats, on Bluetooth, walk in, like, don't talk to me. I mean, I want to be friendly to people, and sometimes I feel like people just need someone to listen. I mean, that's why a lot of people go to bars,
sounds like
honestly.
that guy.
Yeah, sometimes people they just need an ear, which I am empathetic to that. I understand that. Sometimes people just need to get something off their chest, or they just want to feel better about something. So I understand that, but after a while, we were just like totally overstimulated. But still, had a great time. Well, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have not had a great time over the past few weeks. They've been trying to work things out. I feel like this is reaching my Aaron Rodgers level of annoyance. Except I'm not really annoyed with either side. I think I'm annoyed with this story going on and on and on. Apparently, according to ESPN, both sides are now communicating with one another. They're communicating. They're talking. That's a wonderful thing. This has not happened for weeks and months, actually. So we knew the story with Hendrickson, right? He's 30. He has 43 sacks over the last 3 seasons. That is one less than Myles Garrett, which is saying something. The difference is that nobody's going to tell you that Myles Garrett is not the talent that Trey Hendrickson is. Like, Myles Garrett is one of one. Trey Hendrickson is certainly an amazing player, 17.5 sacks last season. But he's set to earn $16 million this year. By contrast, Garrett will earn $40 million this year. So maybe they work something out. But at the very least, at least they're talking.
I think you're right.
At least they're talking.
This feels like one of those stories where you look at the calendar, you're like, oh my God, when are we going to talk about actual football? Because it's reached that point in the offseason when we have stories like this where we are celebrating the mere fact that Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals are talking. But it is a big step, especially for the Bengals, who initially kind of dug their toes in the sand and said, hey, this is his contract. We think he should be happy with it. It's a lot of money. So the fact that they're open to talks is a big thing. And that's one of the points that Trey Hendrickson has brought up to the media before, is that he says, they're not even engaging with me. And it's the lack of communication that's really frustrating. So maybe this is a good step in the right direction. And especially with all the Shamar Stewart stuff going on, maybe it felt like the entire situation was starting to get out of control. And again, they need somebody to play defensive end. So I feel like there are other factors that went into this. And I, for one, am glad that hopefully we will have a conclusion to this story, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Me and you too. Oh, Bengals 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, plus 950 to win the AFC. If you like the Bengals to win the AFC North, which I don't hate, I mean, contract talks aside, still got Joe Burrow, but Cincinnati needs to do something with that defense. Ravens are minus 125 to win the division. This is how I know we're during the offseason. I mean, it's coming. There's no question about it. It's a fair talking point. There's no question about it. But when I see a headline like this, it's always a little funny to me. Dak Prescott wants to win a Super Bowl. What?
Oh.
You have got to be kidding me.
Really?
This guy wants to win a Super Bowl. Who does he think he is? So it's mainly because he's finally talking and speaking up, because we are getting closer to the season. And he says, quote, yeah, I want to win a championship. The legacy, the things, whatever comes after I finish playing, I should say, will take care of itself. I want to win a championship. Be damned if it's just for my legacy, or if it's for this team, or for my personal being, for my sanity. Yeah, the legacy will take care of itself. I have to stay where my feet are. So I understand what he's saying, and look, I don't think anybody doubts that Dak wants to win a title. That's never been in question. I think ultimately you're just talking about someone, as we know, who is a very good quarterback in the NFL, but who just has not gotten it done during the postseason. And if you're Dak Prescott, and if you're getting paid a ton of money, and if you play for the Dallas Cowboys, at some point you have to have some sort of sustained playoff success, and we just have not seen that from Dak. So that comes with playing in Dallas, and it also comes again with that money. And so at some point, Dak he's got to do something. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Super Bowl. Obviously, that's the goal. But if you're Dak, you've got to win something of significance in the playoffs to sort of prove that you're worth all of the plaudits that you've gotten during your career.
Yeah, and if you want an example, like look at the legacy that Kirk Cousins is going to have. And we've talked about this before. Kirk Cousins has had some great regular seasons, and there's a reason people keep giving him boatloads of money to play quarterback. But if we're talking about legacy here, you do need the big one, and you do need some postseason success. And I think Dak Prescott certainly deserves the reputation that he gets. But also, I think the fact that he is the part of a larger picture for the Cowboys, and the fact that it's been even before Dak Prescott that the Cowboys have had issues in the postseason. I think people kind of lump that into his legacy, is the fact that the Cowboys have not been relevant in the postseason for 20 years?
Yeah.
I think people kind of lump that into his legacy. The problem is, I feel like the window, I don't want to say it's closed, but his opportunity was much better years ago, because now you look at the division they play in. The Eagles just won the Super Bowl. The Commanders just got a franchise quarterback. And so things are not getting easier for the Cowboys. And it's wild to me. You look at the win total for the Cowboys this year, it's 7.5. And I understand that they have a new head coach, but like the Cowboys at one point, were a great regular season team. And Dak Prescott, like, I'm not going to say he's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL, but when he's healthy, he is a solid quarterback, especially in the regular season. So I wonder if this is the low point for the Cowboys, or if we can keep going lower. Because, again, that division is just really tough.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the Cowboys, because I don't think they're going to be as bad as a lot of people think. I don't think they're going to be incredible, and I agree with you that window that they had has gotten much tighter. But I also think that when you're talking about a division like the NFC East, okay, if you look at the win total set at 7, it's way juiced to the over, minus 155. And I think that's probably smart. I think as much as I don't like the Cowboys from an objective lens, like they're going to get Trayvon Diggs back, they still have Micah Parsons, Javonte Williams, I don't mind in the backfield. That's certainly an upgrade there. They did a nice job in the draft. And then certainly they made that trade for George Pickens. Now they have CeeDee Lamb. I think the Cowboys, I'm not going to sit here. I don't think they're an 11, 12-win team, but I can't see them going and being a 7-win team this season.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So I think if you're going to make any bet on the Cowboys, you do the win total. I don't think that they win the division, and obviously the odds kind of bear that out. They're 6-1 to win the NFC East, but we've seen this. The knock on the Cowboys has not been the regular season, it's been the postseason. So if they can string together some of that success, and a lot of this will hinge on Dak Prescott staying healthy and what we expect from a rookie head coach. But still, that's a bet that I would make. And I think maybe it's the buy low spot for the Cowboys, which, again, we're talking about the Cowboys, and I still think that they are a national brand. But I think, as far as perspective and narrative on the Cowboys, it hasn't been this low in quite some time.
No, that's true. Maybe you can finally get some value on the Cowboys, because normally they're always inflated because they're such a publicly backed team. Maybe if you just as a bettor, maybe, someone who is not big on the Cowboys either way, but if you like betting on the Cowboys one way or another, maybe this is the time to finally do it. Before we go to break, I wanted to throw this out there. This was said last week, where Hall of Fame receiver Tim Brown was on Up at Adams with Kay Adams. And Brown is currently the chairman and commissioner of the Arena League, 6 teams of 7-on-7 indoor football. And he was asked about what he would change about the NFL. And he says, get rid of the kickers.
Get rid of kickers. We have no kicking in our league. Get rid of kickers.
Tell me more.
Well, I mean, look, I think, I owned a team, partly owned a team years ago, that arena football team, and kicking was the worst part of the game. I mean, obviously the poles were, even more narrow, so it made it very difficult for those guys. But it really slowed the game down. It just wasn't what you want to see if you're talking about fast-paced games. So now we have a throw-off. These guys literally throw the ball, and it's the best thing ever. You know what I mean? Because they're able to pinpoint, put the returner guy in the tough position, and it's working out great. But look, I know that would never happen. I got a lot of friends who were kickers in the league, but it works. It makes for a very fast-paced, fun game, and I think it's a beautiful thing.
Do you want to see kickers gone from the NFL?
I don't think so, because I think at this point they are what makes up the fabric of what the NFL has been for so long. Because think about how many Super Bowls and how many big games have been won by kickers in the final seconds of a game. So I think that it's been involved in the game for so long, you would be changing the fabric of football. I know people love to point at kickers saying, you're not football players. I don't know. I think it's been in the game too long to throw it away now.
I agree. Also, look, as much as you can hate on kickers, I mean, it is exciting when you have trying to get in field goal range at the end of the game and maybe have a kicker make or miss. And also, I don't want to see a throw off to start a game. Like, I feel like that's something we would see in a Pro Bowl competition or something. So, interesting thought, but I would pass on that. Coming up next on the show, the Magic will have new uniforms this season and a new player wearing them as well. It's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. It's a Monday, brand new week coming up. It's usually the NFL making headlines with a big offseason trade, and now it is the NBA's turn. It's also college baseball's turn for a time in the spotlight with the College World Series taking place in Omaha, and with that comes all the traditions like Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge, which happens every year at Rocco's, and they donate a lot of that money, or maybe most of that money, to charity, which is really cool. But as you would expect, LSU has a great baseball tradition. One thing that goes along with that tradition is how many Jello shots their fans consume. And as of 5 p.m. last night at Rocco's, LSU fans had consumed 12,737 shots. In second place, Murray State, 6,117. So essentially, LSU has doubled up number 2 on the list. UCLA, 860. That's it?
Oh.
What are you guys doing? Come on, guys. LSU, I mean, you're talking about one of the most storied franchises or storied programs when it comes to college baseball. Still, the fact that they are this far ahead of everyone else is pretty amazing and classic LSU.
Yeah, it's amazing, but it's not surprising, is it? Especially when you think of the fan base of LSU and the fact that this is I'm not going to say it's primarily a baseball school, but it has a great baseball history where you have a lot of fans that are heavily invested in the program enough to make the trip to Omaha. Because that's the thing. Some of these schools, like when you see UCLA, how many people in LA are like, yeah, let's go to Omaha? Like, I think that's part of it. It's just they don't have traveling fan bases. I am kind of disappointed in Arkansas. It's an SEC school. You'd think that, there's nothing else to do in Arkansas either. And maybe this is one of their moments in the sun. Because that's the thing about this year's College World Series is that there's a lot of teams that maybe they've been to the World Series before, but it's not an every year affair. Because when you look at a school like LSU, like you kind of expect them to be there. It feels like they're almost a staple in the College World Series. I know they weren't there last year, but still, like it's a trip that they've made many times before. Because that's what I think of when I see Murray State second in the standings is that they know they're probably not going to be here a bunch. So their fans want to make the trip because they know they might not get to go again. But LSU leading the way, this is hardly a surprise.
No, I mean, they just excel each and every year, man. And even when LSU's been there at the same time as Texas, and I say because Texas has an amazing college baseball history as well, and you can drink it, Austin. I know I did back in my day, and it still doesn't matter. LSU, each and every single year. They always bring it. And also, again, it's really cool that a lot of this money goes to charity. So it's a cool thing all the way around, and one of the very unique things when it comes to the College World Series. I have heard sneakily that going to Omaha, I understand maybe in a, November or December, you probably wouldn't make your way to Omaha. But I think for the College World Series, I've heard it's actually a great time.
Well, I think the College World Series would be fun, especially if your team's playing and especially if they do well. I've been to the city of Omaha. I don't think that there's that much to do there. I went to a AAA baseball game. It was the Omaha Storm Chasers, and they do this thing that say, stir up the storm, stir up the storm. It's really annoying. But anyways, like, I think it's one of those things that, like, the fan bases there are so happy to be there that it's almost like tailgating for a football game. Like, the whole time that you're there is that it's the vibes. That's the thing when you go to a football tailgate or like a bowl game. It's like people who are wearing their team colors. It's just like this kind of fun atmosphere. So I think that adds to it. So, like, I don't think it's the city of Omaha. I think it's the vibes that the fans give, the College World Series that makes it probably a fun event.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of those things that's not high on my bucket list necessarily, but I feel like if I had the right opportunity, I would absolutely go and make the most of it. And because it's in Omaha, you probably wouldn't pay an arm and a leg to be there compared to like the tickets and everything surrounding the College World Series. So, yeah, I think that'd be great. Well, we saw some trades over the weekend. One in Major League Baseball with Rafi Devers going out west. We'll eventually get to that on the show and find out what it means for Boston and San Francisco. But we also saw a big trade in the NBA where Desmond Bane is going to the Magic from the Grizz. So the Magic get Bane, and the Grizz in return get KCP, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and 1 first-round pick swap. The Magic are also sending to Memphis the number 16 pick, again, as I talked about, in the 2025 NBA draft. Phoenix's first-round pick in 2026, plus their 2028 and 2030 unprotected first-round selections. So what this is Desmond Bane going to the Magic, a guy who is one of the better three-point shooters in the NBA, a great defender, and the Magic need that help offensively. They were already one of the best defensive teams in the NBA, and then the Grizz are just trying to stockpile draft picks, along with KCP, who is a very good defender. I think this is a good pick, I believe, for the Magic. They gave up a lot, but certainly this is a guy who is going to help them immediately.
Yeah, but again, this is a haul for Desmond Bane. Like, you see this receipt and you say, oh, is this for John Morant? No, it's for Desmond Bane. Like, I don't know what I'm missing here, but this feels like a lot. So I think this is going to be one of those trades where now Desmond Bane, the expectations are going to be a lot higher because of what the Magic gave up to get him. Cole Anthony's not a nobody. Cole Anthony was a big contributor to the Magic and somebody who I think is going to be good for the Grizzlies. So it's similar to like Mikal Bridges and, Rudy Gobert. Some of those guys that were traded for and the team had to supply a lot of first round picks. Now that's going to be the narrative surrounding Desmond Bane, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree. That is a lot to give up for Bane. I had to go through this again. Like all these guys for a very good player. There's only been 3 players in the NBA who have made 800 three-pointers in the past 5 seasons and done so at a clip of 40% or more. Desmond Bane is one of those guys and certainly a great defender, so the Magic are getting a lot, but I just don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze here because, man, that's a lot of capital to give up, especially if you're a Magic team that it's not like they need one more piece to make it to the next level. Do you know what I mean? They'll be better because of this. But if you're the Magic, I think I would have used those draft picks and that draft capital more judiciously.
Well, and also, I don't think that he is your franchise player. And, obviously they already have Paolo Banchero, and so you don't really need that. But, again, it's just I'm not sure what I'm missing here, but it does feel like a lot to give up for Desmond Bane, who is a good three-point shooter. And that's something that the Magic do need because last year they were one of the worst, or I think they took the fewest three-pointers, or they just weren't making that many three-pointers. So a team that needs to keep the offensive pace going, especially, if you're looking to contend in the Eastern Conference, because look at the Pacers and look at that offense.
Yeah.
I know that's big picture for the Magic. They still have a long ways to go before they're in that conversation. But still, this is one of those wait and see moments where all right, we'll trust you for a few seasons, Magic. But if he's not contending, if he's not one of your star players, it's going to look like a really bad move in retrospect.
It's kind of crazy, too, when you go back to the Mikal Bridges deal you talked about, when you look at the Luka deal, obviously, I feel like there's been a lot of pretty lopsided trades in the NBA over the past 2 or 3 seasons, where normally these things are, you can have a debate on either side as to, which team benefits more. And, of course, the long-term view is always the most important indicator as to what ends up happening. But ultimately, I feel like, man, some of these teams have been fleeced. So we'll see what happens. The Magic try to take that next step in the NBA playoffs. And another team willing to take the next step will be the one that signs Kevin Durant because he wants to leave. Phoenix wants to go to the Rockets, Spurs, Heat, according to Shams Charania of ESPN. So Durant and the Suns have been working this out all offseason. And KD has been, I guess, over the past year or two, just unhappy with his role in that offense. KD, as we know, very mercurial. He's an exceptional talent. He's a world champion. He's a Hall of Fame talent. But you have to find the right place or the right offense for his skill set to shine. I will say this. He turns 37. But when it comes to those mid-range jumpers, those two-point shots inside the three-point line, there is still to this day, and these statistics back all of this up, no one better in the NBA. So if you find the right spot for him, I think he can be a key cog again on a world championship team. The question is, will he find the right fit? And, I mean, this could happen any day now.
Oh, absolutely. Like, the skill set is still definitely there, but there is no player that I would want in this situation other than Kevin Durant, because it's just so funny the way that he responds to some of these tweets. Like, Kevin Durant, A+ in that regard. So, like, if you want somebody to stir the pot this offseason for the NBA, Kevin Durant is your guy. He has already been doing it over the last 24 hours. And, like, the way that he simply uses, like, a few words to just roast people. So there was a tweet from Shams talking about, all of the contenders or the candidates where Kevin Durant could possibly go. So this guy, Kellen Olson, says this: Kevin Durant's lack of loyalty is showing yet again. For all the time he has spent paying state income taxes, to do them like this? Kevin Durant responded, like he often does. Great post, Kellen. LOL.
Yeah. What does KD care about state income taxes? And what am I missing there? All this time he spent paying the IRS what they are owed based on the state laws and the salary that he has made. Has to make you think twice. Does it? I'm not quite sure. I understand that that's part of playing in any league and making a lot of money. You pay state income taxes based on where you're living, but what does that have to do with wanting to leave or not? Outside of maybe I'm tired of playing and paying these taxes, but I don't think that's the issue at all. Last year when he was complaining about the Suns' offense or, how things would work under Coach Bud at the time where he was trying to find a way to get his shot, it wasn't taxes he was complaining about. It was his role in the offense.
Right. I don't think taxes makes his top 5 of,
right.
considerations for the team that he goes to. But again, like, he's one of those players that will keep the narratives and the rumors in check. Like the other one, he said, lies. Now it's my word versus yours. Who's telling the truth? It's going to be a great offseason.
I've always based my decisions on state income taxes solely. No other considerations at all. Coming up next, it is Back to Hoops we go. NBA Finals shifting back to Oklahoma City. Have a champion in U.S. Open. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we will touch them all when it comes to the storylines in sports betting and sports in general. We start this hour by reliving one of the best U.S. Open finishes I've seen in quite some time. JJ Spaun gives us a great underdog story and an incredible birdie putt to win us for a highlight reel finish. At 7:20, we go on to some huge news in baseball, including a massive trade in the AL East, plus the biggest star in baseball, Ohtani, finally making his return to the mound tonight for the Dodgers. At 7:40, we showcase the best of the entire weekend and crown a winner of MVP Monday. It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, as you know, it was Father's Day yesterday, which means we watched a ton of golf because obviously Jake, my husband, is a father. So it was all about him. And luckily, he is not somebody who needs a lot. Like for Father's Day, I got him like a gift basket of like things that he needed, like a new travel cup, like one of those, like a Stanley knockoff. Like he doesn't care about Stanley cups, but something that's similar to that. And I also got him a round of golf for our vacation that's coming up in Banff. So he's going to play around at the Fairmont Banff Springs, which is supposed to be one of the best golf courses in Canada. But also we had to sit there and watch golf because it was his day. But I'll say this, I was not complaining at all when it came to the U.S. Open. I know a lot of people say that the golfers don't like it because it's so hard and sometimes it undermines, you know, what it is to be a golfer because it's just impossible at times. But I will say this, like in the final 4 holes or whatever, it felt like very much anybody's game. And I think the level of drama was increased because of it. Like if we had Scotty Scheffler with like a 5-stroke lead at any other course, honestly, I feel like it wouldn't be must-see TV. Maybe watch to the end to see what like Meredith and his baby is up to. But still, it would have felt like it was wrapped up, you know, with still some time remaining. So I'd argue that this U.S. Open was an incredible watch.
Yeah, I mean, I would be on the other side of that. It was great because JJ Spaun hit that putt. But I feel like when you're playing, difficult conditions, and when you're not really allowed to play golf, like the conditions are tough enough, they make that rough really high. The U.S. Open has to be thrilled. Like, thank God that Spaun hit that putt. Otherwise, it'd be, hey, he survived a bunch of guys like trying to hang around 1 over par. Or maybe even par. Because when a course becomes this punitive, when it becomes this penal, then you can't really show off your golf skills. Like, yeah, it might be boring if Scotty Scheffler is running away with things, but that's because he's proven he's the best golfer in the world, and he gets to play golf. Because at some point, this isn't golf. Like, I understand it's the tradition of the U.S. Open if you can get a couple strokes under par, but here it was just like, okay, who can hack it out and not die in the process? Who can survive? Survival golf to me is a different type of golf, and it's not necessarily a golf that interests me. It was great. It was great theater. It was exciting to watch because we didn't know who was going to win. But as far as good golf, I mean, it took an incredible putt, which I don't think is a coincidence. It took a great putt to make this golf tournament great because Spaun made a putt for the ages. But overall, I feel like it was a tough watch and not necessarily enjoyable because it was like, all right, who's going to survive this course that is way tougher than it should be? So I think I understand that it got exciting at the end, but to me, the main reason why it was exciting wasn't necessarily because it was a fun golf tournament to watch. It was exciting because we didn't know who was going to win. And look, taking nothing away from these guys. Are some very good golfers in the top 10, but I also think when you have the big names that are way back, one of the reasons why is they aren't able to play actual golf. It's like, all right, let's hack it out here, and then my ball's like completely below the surface of the fairway here because it's so wet. I don't know. It was good. I'm happy for JJ Spaun. It's an incredible story, but I wasn't exactly thrilled with the watch.
I think if you're a golfer, I understand your frustration, but like me, and obviously like everybody's entitled to their opinion, I thought it was great television. And I think some of it is just the fact that, I don't think you necessarily have to have the big names. Like, here's the difference and how I wonder how much this conversation would have changed. Because I said this earlier, Scottie Scheffler had several putts that if he would have made them, and they were very makeable putts, that he would have very much been in contention because he was in contention. Mm-hmm. He finished T8, 4 over par. But still, if he would have made some of those putts and you had Scottie Scheffler breathing down the neck of some of these quote unquote guys who are not big names, I feel like the dynamic of these U.S. Open would have changed. And it kind of takes away that argument of like, hey, even the best golfers in the world can't contend at this course, so maybe we shouldn't do it. So I wonder how much that would change the narrative moving forward. But I did think there was drama and theater in the fact that like you saw it written on guys' faces. Guys who are normally cool, calm, collected. Like Tyrrell Hatton was losing his, bananas, it felt like, after every shot. And, there were guys who were punching holes in the wall at the clubhouse. And then they showed the rain delay, which I think added to the drama of it because there was a rain delay. It just felt like everything was so difficult that, you gave it the name survival golf. And I think that was apt. But at the end of the day, it felt like it was very much deserved. And it's like watching the end of like an Ironman race or something, to the point where it is a lot of it is just finishing the race and sticking through it. So JJ Spaun was your winner here. Of course, ending the day with that incredible birdie putt. And here's the thing, he could have lost it on 18. And I was thinking this as he teed off on 18. He was not out of the woods. And that was part of the drama as well, is that, nobody had a clear-cut lead, even down to the final hole. So JJ Spaun ripped one off the tee right into the fairway. And so I don't think anybody can take this moment away from him, because normally you see somebody who's not a big name, you say, oh, it's a fluke. JJ Spaun definitely earned this win at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, he absolutely did. No question about it. It wasn't fun for me. Like, I want to see golfers be able to golf. And to me, I don't want to belabor the point. And I understand that there's drama there, and then you don't have the big names. I don't need a big name necessarily, but I want to see guys play golf as opposed to just survive. And thank God Spaun made that putt. But I just saw a lot. And I think that's where the frustration came from. It's like, these conditions suck. There's a rain delay. You can't really play golf out here. Like, I'd be pissed off too, where, tough golf is tough golf. A tough course is a tough course. A course where you're not able to actually play the game and you're just trying to get it to the hole somehow, some way. It wasn't fun for me.
I think I was kind of making the comparison earlier to watching The Office. And I think when I first watched The Office, when it first premiered, I said, why would anybody want to sit and watch this? It is just a cringe fest where everything just feels like, oh my God, how can they be more embarrassing? And one moment after the next, it's Michael Scott just digs in deeper. But after a while, you're like, okay, this is part of the comedy. So I felt like it was like watching The Office. And I think the juxtaposition of all these cringe moments where nobody can figure out the course to the final victory of JJ Spaun making this incredible putt, it just made the moment that much better to me. It was similar to, when you see all these cringe moments on The Office, and then you see, something as real and as incredible as like the wedding of like Jim and Pam, it just makes it that much better. So I know we disagree on this, but I really liked it. I thought it was a great watch. If you're wondering how the rest of the field did, Robert McIntyre was sitting in the clubhouse kind of waiting to see what JJ Spaun did. He had a chance, but JJ Spaun hit birdies on the back 2 holes to win it. Victor Hovland certainly in contention, finished with 2 over. Cameron Young, Tyrrell Hatton, both at 3 over par. Carlos Ortiz as well. Jenks, were there any other takeaways here? I know you didn't like the tournament in general, but what else stood out to you?
I mean, I thought Spaun's resilience was the one thing that stood out to me. And I get the Office comparison. It's just, for me, like, golf is not a comedy. So if it's a comedy, great. But it's like, it's cringe to, okay, okay, more cringe. Like, the payoff for me was, thank God Spawn played great late. And I love the fact that he had the resilience to win. JJ Spawn was 150 to 1 to win this tournament going in. Those odds obviously shortened as we went throughout the tournament, but he said, and this was about the final 2 holes. So, we'll all focus on that putt from 64 feet, 5 inches away, which is remarkable. But the fact that he had that, tee shot of his life on 17 to get onto the green and have a chance for eagle. Obviously, he birdied that hole. And Spawn said himself on the 18th, after he hit his tee shot, he refused to look at the leaderboard. He did not want to know if he had a 2-shot lead or what, because he didn't want to play safe golf. He had to be safe because of the conditions involved, whether it's the course itself or the weather, but he didn't want to start play conservatively or too conservatively and not play his game, which is why he decided, I'm not going to look. I'm going to play like I got a 1-shot lead, and I'm going to try and win this thing. And so I think for a guy who has not been in that position before, it's really difficult to win your first major. This is only his second PGA Tour win ever. The other was the Valero Texas Open, which, oddly enough, we're talking about how difficult that Oakmont was. The Texas Open is one of the most easiest courses that you can play on tour. So for him to go from a victory there to a victory here and to have to do it under such difficult conditions, I think this is a guy who's 34 years old, right? It's difficult to win a major when your first major when you're in your mid-30s. So I love the resilience from JJ Spawn.
Yeah, and especially because, what was it, a few months ago that he lost in a playoff to Rory McIlroy at the Players? So to have that type of disappointment and to bounce back in a few months to win an incredible U.S. Open where just about everybody was just trying to stick around and not completely implode. What a story from JJ Spawn. So some of the other big stories over the weekend, we had Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. Big win over the New York Liberty, one of the best teams in the WNBA. Caitlin Clark and the Fever win 102-88. Fever were 6.5-point dogs in this one, but she was making her return after a small absence, missed 5 games because of a quad injury. So this is great news for obviously the WNBA in general because the ratings are back, but also for the Fever, who now look like not just a headline, but an actual contender in the WNBA.
Yeah, it was good for them to get back on track, and they did a nice job of initially struggling without Clark in the lineup and then kind of kept their heads above water, bobbing or at least around the 500 mark, and now they're back at 500. She was awesome. This is the third time in her career she's gone for at least 35-5. She had 39 assists and 5 rebounds, and the franchise were awesome. The Fever, I should say, were awesome in this game from long range. They went 70 of 35, and the Liberty are really as good as it gets in the WNBA and handed New York its first loss of the season. So not only did Caitlin look great after missing 4 games or 5 games, but also this was a massive win standings-wise and sort of a massive statement win early on to prove, look, we're a team that is one of the favorites to win the World Championship here in the WNBA, if you're talking about the Fever. And so for them to come out and get the win against the Liberty, that was massive as well.
Right, not just a talking point, but a team that actually can win it all. And obviously the eyeballs return. We even had LeBron James tweeting about Caitlin Clark saying, the CC effect, welcome back, you were missed. Elsewhere in the NBA, we do have the NBA Finals going on. Tonight we have Game 5 as the series is tied 2 games apiece. The Pacers and the Thunder squaring off tonight. And the Thunder, big favorites once again, laying 9.5 points here, a total of 223.5. Jenks, let me ask you. We keep getting huge numbers on the Thunder. When are they going to change? Are these ever going to go down?
I don't think so. Ultimately, I feel like this is an algorithm, right? This is some sort of proprietary way of putting the numbers in. This is not the old school way of dudes in the back smoking a couple of heaters and coming up with the numbers. Now, all of this is done via computer, and they put the numbers in. They say, okay, this is the best number for us to get action on both sides. And based on what we've seen during the regular season and the playoffs, this is the number. The number has been really high on the Thunder all season long. They are great in recovery spots, which we know. Maybe I should have taken that into account in Game 4. But, yeah, it seems like a big number to me, and we keep saying that, but it really is. You keep thinking these are going to tighten up, but they're not tightening up.
Yeah, I think the headspace I'm in moving forward is that it's only Indiana for me. Like maybe I'll sit out a game, but I do not want to bet against the Pacers at this juncture in time, especially when you're getting 9.5. Because I did think to myself over the weekend, you see the Pacers getting a lot of points, and the Thunder did have a nice win to bounce back and had a clutch moment from SGA, who's the reigning MVP. But usually the Pacers either win outright or they lose and they don't cover the number, which was the case over the weekend. But at some point, I think that does change, especially when we have 9.5-point spreads. So it's either Indiana or bust for me. Coming up next, huge news in baseball, including Rafi Devers traded to the Giants, Ohtani back on the mound. It's all next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It's a Monday here on the show. It is June 16th, and we had some big news over the weekend when it came to Major League Baseball. I know that some people are not super dialed into baseball at this juncture, but listen, we got all kinds of drama brewing, including a huge trade for the Red Sox that shipped Rafi Devers, a one-time MVP candidate, to the San Francisco Giants. And Jenks, what I think makes a great story and a great headline for sports is when things are layered. And it's not just what's on the surface, but what else goes into it. Because, you know, when it comes to human stories, there are personalities at play, there are, you know, nuances, and there are other things that go into it. So I think the really interesting part of this trade is that you look at it from the Red Sox perspective, and obviously this is a big deal for Red Sox fans because Rafi Devers looked like the prince that was promised. He was at one time one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. Still could be considered that because he is a young guy. But you look at it from the Giant side of things, and here's one thing that I did not know over the weekend. I didn't realize that Buster Posey, who just played for the Giants not that long ago, is now the president of baseball operations for the Giants. So you see this big splashy move and you say to yourself, this feels like a win now move. And then you think about Buster Posey as a player, somebody who played for the Giants who, oh, by the way, are huge rivals with the LA Dodgers. And you say to yourself, looks like somebody wants to beat the Dodgers now more than ever. And I will say Buster Posey was very effective in doing that because when he played for the for the Giants, it was one of those teams where they were winning championships every even year. Buster Posey won 3 World Series championships with the Giants. So it's just one of those things that kind of makes it more interesting because obviously there are so many ways to attack this trade because anytime you have one of the best hitters in baseball, it is a huge deal when he gets traded. But this one is just so juicy.
Yeah, I understand. Obviously, we've all seen sort of the drama play out with Devers and the Red Sox, but I feel like the Giants, because they're willing to take on the salary, definitely won this trade. Like, I'm trying to figure out the end game for the Red Sox because they keep trading away bigger names in the idea that they'll get rid of guys who just don't fit their vision of their future or guys who are just disgruntled, whatever it may be. But ultimately, they haven't gotten the return over the years that you would hope they would get. And even now, like, they're getting some decent pitching, but nothing that matches the talent level that the Giants are getting in Rafi Devers and someone who immediately becomes a boost to that lineup, which needs boosting anyway. The Giants already have one of the best pitching staffs in all of Major League Baseball. So I think this is a massive win for San Francisco. And outside of getting rid of someone who was unhappy with the organization based on what we saw in spring training and what bled over into the regular season, I'm just trying to figure out what Boston's doing.
Yeah, I think this was the front office that was still kind of chippy over what Rafi Devers has been saying to the media, because that goes into it as well. These are not just robots. These are not just fantasy baseball players. These are humans that actually have quotes. And you could tell that Rafi Devers was not happy with the front office by some of the things that he said, because he's been asked to change positions multiple times this season. And at some point, you are going to drive a guy insane when he has to constantly keep changing what his game plan is and still have to be a good hitter. But here's the thing. Rafi Devers is still only 28 years old, and he is considered, probably a top 30 hitter in Major League Baseball. I know it's not been a huge season for him thus far, hitting 272 with 15 homers this season, but still, there is an enormous upside. And there's a reason that the Red Sox gave him this huge deal to start with, because they believed in him. And it's just the track record for the Red Sox, like you mentioned, is just not that great. When you traded away Mookie Betts, you lost my respect. What are you doing, Red Sox? So I feel like the Giants probably won this trade. If you're interested, the Red Sox did get Jordan Hicks, the flamethrower, who was a converted reliever. Now he's a starter. But he doesn't have good numbers this year. 1-5, 6.47 ERA. And Kyle Harrison goes to the Red Sox as well. 1-1 with a 4.56 ERA. All right. So the other big news, which I feel like there should be an icon on the screen on every major news outlet that says Shohei Ohtani back on the mound tonight for the LA Dodgers. So Ohtani is making his triumphant return as a pitcher tonight, and he hasn't pitched in a game in 21 months. He had a UCL injury. He was rehabbing from that. But this is a sooner comeback than I think a lot of us expected, because it was supposed to be something that was going to happen after the All-Star break. But Ohtani's been ramping up, and I guess he feels ready. But he's only expected to throw maybe 1 or 2 innings tonight. So temper your excitement, because it's not going to be a full game. But still, it is a big deal when you see Ohtani return to a two-way player.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. This is just awesome for the sport, because you're talking about the biggest superstar in the sport. And I'm sure they're not, but I always get worried when I hear, oh, the potential return date is after the All-Star break. And then I'm like, oh, now? But look, they're going to be smart. Again, it's Shohei Ohtani. I'm just a little worried because I don't want anything to happen to Shohei Ohtani. Everybody loves Shohei. He's awesome for the sport. This is going to be a huge thing for the Dodgers, especially if he can return to the form that we've seen him previously when he's on the mound. And frankly, there's no reason why we shouldn't expect that. So, my God, when you're looking at Shohei tonight, I don't really want to touch this game from a betting perspective, but I do want to sit back and just see how he looks, because whenever he is on the mound at the plate, it's always must-watch television, and this is good for the Dodgers, obviously, and great for the sport.
Yeah, I just hope that it was 100% Ohtani's decision, and one would think, like, he's making so much money, he should be in charge of his own decisions. I just hope that this is not a Dodgers desperation move, simply because they have so many pitchers on the injured list. Like, this has been a major problem for the Dodgers. So if Ohtani can go in there and eat up even a few innings, this is big for the Dodgers pitching staff, who has 4 starters on the injured list, including Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Roki Sasaki, and now Tony Gonsolin. So they definitely need him back. But the interesting part of it that I read is that Ohtani said he doesn't really feel like himself if he's not playing both ways, which is kind of strange, because you'd think as a normal person that it takes more mental effort to kind of play both roles in a single game. But I think he's clamoring to get back on the mound, and I think this is proof, because honestly, I don't think the Dodgers would push him unless he was absolutely ready. So it'll be interesting to see if any of his other numbers kind of change, because back when he was pitching, he was still putting up, those great hitting statistics as well. But it is a different dynamic when you have to play 2 roles.
Oh, no question about it. But I think that's a very interesting quote from him, because, for the average baseball player, he'd say, oh, I don't feel like myself when I'm not pitching, hitting. But Shohei is not your average baseball player. And because he's done that his entire career, he doesn't know differently. So when he has all this extra time that normally he's using to refine both parts of his game, now he's had to use on hitting and rehabbing, and that's not like him at all. So I would imagine getting Shohei more in his comfort zone is good for him, and it's really dangerous for everyone else. And it makes sense that he would feel that way, because he doesn't know any different.
Yeah, absolutely. So if it's a part of, what makes you as a baseball player, then I guess that makes sense. But again, Ohtani is a unicorn, so I wouldn't expect to relate to some of his feelings. All right, let's get to the baseball slate today. See if we can pick some winners. So like you, I think I'm going to be staying away from that Padres-Dodgers game. Maybe I will tune in if I can stay up late enough to watch Ohtani throw a couple of innings. But again, he's not expected to go a full 5 or 6 innings. So just better beware. Just because you see Ohtani on the card does not necessarily mean you should bet on the Dodgers, especially a -160. No, thank you, please. All right, so let's look at some of the rest of the game, see if we can maybe find some games that are a little bit more bettable. Let's start with this one, Jenks, because this has been a show theme for most of the season. Fading Sandy Alcantara. He's 3-7 with a 7.14 ERA, and today he's pitching against the Phillies, who you can get at a decent price at -135. Total of 8.5 runs. Mick Abel goes for the Phils today, 1-0, 2.35 ERA. Jenks, are you playing the Phillies today?
I am. I'm going to play them in the first 5, and I'm going to continue fading Sandy, which, look, to his credit, because I've been fading him to a pretty high degree all season long, he's been very good recently. Last time out, 6 shutout innings against the Pirates, but does that really mean he's back to his Cy Young form? when he's taken on the Buccos. I mean, before that outing, he had still given up at least 4 runs in 6 of his last 7. We don't have a big sample size when it comes to Mick Abel. He's only pitched 3 games this season, gave up 3 runs, I think, in 4 innings or something like that last time out against the Cubs. But he's been pretty solid. And still, it's hard not to favor him against this Marlins lineup, which hits for average but not for power. Also, Philly has been a top 10 team in the first 5 this season. So I'm going to stay away from the bullpens. I'm going to go Philly's first 5, which is the same price, minus 135.
I think any way you slice it, the Phillies are a good value here. And I do think maybe there's some volatility on a very young Mick Abel here who's only 23 years old. And like you mentioned, it's just not a big sample size. But the Marlins are not a, power hitting lineup. And I'll say this about the Phillies. They were a team that I kind of tread carefully in the last few weeks, but it looks like the bats have finally returned for Philly. 7 runs or more in 3 of their last 4 games, including 11 on Father's Day yesterday against the Blue Jays. So maybe that offense is looking a little bit better, and maybe we can count on things to, be better against the Marlins in this NL East matchup. So I'll go the Phillies at a good price here at minus 135. All right, next up, closer to home for you, Jenks, Nationals, Rockies, Washington minus 210 here, Colorado plus 170, total of 9. Carson Palmquist is 0-4 for the Rockies with a 7.77 ERA. Jake Irvin gets the ball for Washington. He's 5-3 with a 4.21 ERA. So I'm all about fading the Rockies. I get that, but I'm not sure if I trust Jake Irvin that much. And the Washington Nationals at minus 210, I don't think this makes the card for me. The Rockies have been scrappy. If you've been playing them on the plus 2.5, they've been covering some of those run lines. I'm not saying you should trust them here. I'm just saying they're not in the auto fade category for me anymore, especially with some of these prices, though. Jenks, how you feel about the Rockies and the Nationals today?
Oh, I'm totally fading the Rockies on the run line today. This is a great price on the run line. I mean, we've seen minus 2.5 for Colorado across the board. Now you can get the regular run line at minus 102. If you're thinking about fading the Rockies, this is the time to do it because you get such a great price. I mean, ideally you get plus money, right? But that's just not going to happen with this Colorado team. Carson Palmquist is going for the Rocks. Still a fade candidate, 0-7, 7.77 ERA. Been awful at home, awful on the road, no matter what you choose. 0-3 away from Denver, 7.24 ERA. And so ultimately, I think that you get the Nationals here, a team that can rough him up. Jake Irvin is going for Washington, who's been surprisingly good this season, 5-3, 4.21 ERA. And yeah, he's had some struggles recently, but he's also faced the Diamondbacks, the Cubs, and the Mets during his last 3 games. So he's gotten through that run there unscathed relative to how talented those respective lineups are. So, yes, I am back on fading the Rockies today at minus 102.
If it wasn't Jake Irvin, if it was like Mackenzie Gore or somebody who I trusted just a little bit more, I'd be with you, but I think I'm going to leave that one on the card. All right, let's go to how about, free roll here. Is there a game you want to talk about that we haven't touched on yet?
I might look at Orioles-Rays. I'm not really sure. But I think I might go under. I think the total is too high in this game right now. You've got a total set at 9. Zach Eflin going for the O's. Ryan Pepio going for the Rays. And Eflin has allowed only 4 runs in his last 19 1/3 innings pitched. Looked really good recently. Been much better on the road this season. 4-0, 3.86 ERA. Ryan Pepio doesn't have the wins and losses, or certainly doesn't have the wins to show for it. But he's been great. ERA of 3.31. He's allowed 10 runs or 3 runs or less in 10 straight appearances this season. Both lineups very average. I'm going to go under 9.
Ooh, you can definitely sell me on that with the way that the Orioles hit and with the Rays as well. So I think that's a solid play. I did want to touch on this Padres-Dodgers game for just a second. I know I said I wasn't betting it, but I do think there is an argument to be made for San Diego in this case. Because remember, Shohei Ohtani is the starter that's LA is listing here, but he's not going to go many innings. And Dylan Cease, who's starting for the Padres today, just faced the Dodgers and was incredible. Only allowed 3 hits, over 7 shutout frames, and struck out 11 batters. So if there's ever a case to be made for an underdog, San Diego at plus 135 and a rivalry matchup with LA really struggling on the pitching front because they're only going to get a couple of innings for Ohtani. And this bullpen has been worked as of late. They have 4 starters on the injured list. So I don't know. Even though Ohtani's pitching, I'm not fading him. I'm just saying, I think the Padres at plus 135 may be worth a look.
Yeah, it's a good price, but ultimately for me, I never know. Are the Dodgers going to get some sort of mental boost from this? I mean, who knows? It wouldn't stun me to see Shohei come out and do something remarkable because that's what he does. So let's stay away from me.
Well, I'm not sure how much Ohtani we get on the mound, but I do want to watch. All right, coming up next, what were we watching over the weekend and who did it best? We crown a winner of MVP Monday next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. We're off. We're rolling. We've got our coffee. It's a Monday here on the show, and that means it's time to play MVP Monday. We'll crown a winner of whoever we thought had the best weekend across the sports landscape in mere moments here on the show. Jenks, I was just thinking about it. I feel like the summer is already going by quickly. Like, it's June 16th. And normally by now I feel like I have, stacked together a lot of pool days. We have done something like very summer-ish. And we have had some cookouts. Like, we've eaten our share of hamburgers and hot dogs. But I don't know. I feel like I need to make a bucket list for the summer and do all of the summer things, because before you know it, it's going to be 4th of July. And then it feels like it's all downhill from there. Have you done a lot of summer activities yet?
Not really. Well, I take that back. We did one this weekend. I mean, us going by the water and having drinks and getting on the water, which was awesome because we become almost regulars on this little cruise on the Chesapeake, which was awesome because they remembered us from last time. So it was cool to see those people and just kind of sit out and get in the sun and kind of soak that up. Even though I'm sun averse, we got out there. It was great. And then we do have a couple things coming up. Our friends Jen and Chris always throw a big July 4th party. We got that invitation yesterday, so we're going to do that. And then when I was talking to my stepdad yesterday, on Father's Day, and happy belated Father's Day to all the dads out there, that we were talking about going down to Texas like we always do in August, just before football season. So I feel like we have enough summer activities planned out, and then we'll scatter some things in between. So at least we can take advantage of what's out there before the fall hits.
Yeah, and I do think as an adult, it's not like we get the summers off. So summers are a little different when you're an adult, because especially it depends on obviously where you live, but the summer isn't over, the second week of August like it used to be. Because when you went to school or you went to college or whatever, the summer would have a definite start and finish. But now that we're in the real world, it's okay, if the weather's nice, it's still basically the summer. You can still sit on a patio.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to do some sort of major trip. You don't have to go overseas or somewhere just to be able to enjoy the sunshine and just sit. That's what we wanted to do this weekend. We're just let's just sit somewhere and enjoy each other's company and just have a drink or two and just relax. That's all we wanted to do. So you can do that on your back porch. You can do that on your deck. You can do that walking around and just finding a place outside. So I know, at least for me, I tend to think of summer activities like, oh, we got to go somewhere, but you don't really have to do that.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in the summer. We will have hot days even in football season. I feel like there's always a few there in September where it's still scorching. So it's not over just yet. I know it's June and people are like, yes, Chelsea, we know the summer's not over. All right, so it was a great weekend. It is officially over, and it's time to crown a winner of MVP Monday.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right, Denton, you got some good candidates for us. And let me ask you before we start, have you done any quote-unquote summer activities yet?
I got a paddleboard for my birthday, so I've gone stand-up paddle once.
When was your birthday?
It was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did we mess up?
But I did that a couple times, and it's sick. He is out there hanging out, getting on the water.
Cool.
Can't do it today. It's kind of grody out here in D.C. It's 60 and rainy, but I'll get out there a couple more times this summer for sure. All right, so we got a bunch of great candidates for MVP Monday. They made my job actually difficult because I had to siphon through a couple of different performances to make this list. But we are starting on the hardwood, on the men's side with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander hits a three. Clutch bomb from SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive, pulls back. Baseline jumper's good. OKC with their first lead of the second half.
SGA was fantastic. 35 points, 3 rebounds to tie the NBA Finals in game number 4. He gives the Thunder an opportunity tonight to retake the lead in game number 5. We're going to stay on the hardwood for nominee number 2. This one on the women's side, the return of the GOAT, Caitlin Clark.
Cunningham Cunningham is down behind the play, but they've got Caitlin Clark to fire away from three. Clark with the three. Johannes answered, then Caitlin again. She's calling for the ball from Cunningham. Clark, another long three. She's back.
Caitlin Clark is back indeed. 32 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, which you just heard with 3 shots all in a row. Heat check, she's on fire. So she is nominee number 2. She also gave the Liberty their first loss. And in a league, guys, that's filled with a lot of trash talk, she was so good that the opposing team was smiling during that stretch after the shots she was hitting. They couldn't do anything about it. All right, nominee number 3. To the ice we go with Panthers forward Brad Marchand.
Here comes Marchand, looks to put a move on Walden, gets the shot away and scores! Another spectacular move by Marchand. His second goal of the night, 6th of the series.
Brad Marchand, 2 goals in game number 5 to give the Panthers the win and give them a 3-2 series lead. And as you heard, his 6th of the series. He has been a massive bright spot for Florida through the first 5 games. And finally, contender number 4 for MVP Monday, a guy we've talked about a bunch on this show, J.J. Spaun.
Cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
A 60-footer for J.J. Spaun to win the U.S. Open. He finished 1 under. He was the only golfer to finish below par. He birdied 4 of the final 7 holes after bogeying 5 of the first 6, and he is the winner of the U.S. Open. So those are your nominees.
All right, Jenks, you want to go first, or do you want me to lead off here?
You know what? I'll go first here. And I'm going to give it to Brad Marchand because I know a lot of people are going to focus on J.J. Spaun. I get that. But at the end of the day, I don't think people who are non-hockey fans understand what Marchand is doing. And I'm not even a fan of his. But what he has done throughout the playoffs, what he continues to do is remarkable. Had 2 goals for the Panthers in Game 5. 10 goals, 10 assists in 22 games for the Panthers. He is just the 7th player in NHL history to have 5 or more goals in the Stanley Cup Finals. The last player to accomplish that, Mario Lemieux in 1992. His 6 goals in this season's Stanley Cup Final. Most by any player at least 35 years old since Esa Tikkanen of the Oilers back in 1988. His 5 goals on the road, the most in a Stanley Cup Final since Jack Adams of the Vancouver Millionaires in 1922. That was a team. He's doing all of this at 37 years old. The Panthers grabbed him from the Bruins before the trade deadline. This trade could not have gone any better. The facts are the facts. He's not my guy, but he has been the guy in the Stanley Cup Finals, so he is my MVP.
Yeah, what a story with that trade, with that being the highest level of competition, because I think when I tried to make my pick here, I always go in levels. It's like, which games are the most meaningful? So we have some good ones. We have the NBA Finals, we have the Stanley Cup, and we have a major in golf. But for me, I'm going to give it to J.J. Spaun. What a way to win your first major. And this is an individual sport. This is all him. And what conditions he had to play through to get to under par in this one. And the fact that he made the longest putt of the entire weekend to win the tournament, to sink a birdie putt, it was just incredible. So the fact that he survived the round in the elements, and of course it was already the toughest on tour at Oakmont, I think I'm going to give it to J.J. Spaun. A well-deserved win here. And survival of somebody who had to have some mental resilience here. So from quote-unquote no-namer to somebody who has won a major now. I'm going to give it to J.J. Spaun.
That's a great choice. Can't deny that.
I'm going J.J. Spaun as well. That putt was crazy. Like, even if you take out everything of the context, the conditions, the way that he started, I mean, he is a better man than me. If I would have hit a shot that hit off the flagpole and then went like 40 some odd feet the other way, I would have been sitting down in the fetal position and crying. But he was able to push through, so I'm giving it to J.J. Spawn. That putt was one of the more insane things I think we'll see this entire golf season.
Yeah.
And as Chelsea mentioned, a no-namer to a guy that is now undeniable.
I thought it was funny during the broadcast that they kept saying, never in a million years would we have imagined that J.J. Spawn would be standing here. I'm like, he's on tour. Like, he has contended for big name tournaments before. Like, he hasn't won them, but he did go head to head with Rory McIlroy and lost in a playoff at the Players. So I did think there were some low key digs at JJ Spawn, and nobody can say that nonsense anymore. Nobody can say, never in a million years did we expect JJ Spawn. And plus, the fact that he did it on Father's Day and he had those two little adorable girls that sat through the rain delays, like, they deserve some recognition as well, because that had to be a long day for two girls that look to be like under 5 years old.
I just love how sometimes guys who will never go down as one of the greats, and JJ, it's not a knock, but I don't think anyone believes that JJ Spawn is going to go down amongst the greats when it comes to the game of golf. But it doesn't matter, because he'll always have this moment. And look, he's been a very good golfer for a while. I believe he's ranked 25th in the world. So let's not sleep on him like he's just some no-name that came out of nowhere. But moving forward, do we really expect him to compete from, what we saw over the weekend to, the Open Championship, other majors? Probably not, but it doesn't matter. Even if he does or not, it just doesn't matter, because he had his moment and he got it done in very, very difficult circumstances. And with a putt that from now on, whenever you see highlights of the U.S. Open, whenever the networks run highlights, you're going to see this putt, and it's well-deserved.
Oh, absolutely. And just because of that background, you'd think the pressure would be even higher for somebody that's saying, hey, this is my shot at greatness. I am not Scottie Scheffler. People are not going to remember my name if I don't make this putt. And the aggressiveness that he had to go for it as well. Because I was, he got the good read on it because Victor Hovland hit a shot almost at the same spot. But he got it in one. He didn't even need to two-putt it. So what an incredible finish at the U.S. Open. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we'll relive our biggest takeaways from the U.S. Open and also give you a nice little preview for NBA Finals Game 5 in Oklahoma City. That's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Up and running on Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. It is a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we will delve into basketball and what will happen tonight in Oklahoma City with the Thunder welcoming the Pacers in Game 5. That is after we recap an incredible finish to the United States Open at Oakmont. In 20 minutes, we'll talk Fever basketball with John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of Indiana. And yes, Best Bets ready to go in 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. You can stream our show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, when I was in Annapolis over the weekend, I think it was the same guy, I forget, who I was talking about earlier in the show, who I was talking to in the bar, and he asked me if I was on Snapchat. Can I get your Snapchat? And I was like, I am not, well, I am, but I haven't used Snapchat in like years, and I was never really an avid user. I feel like, do people still use Snapchat? I feel like not at all, right? You use Snap? Denton, you would know.
If you using Snapchat past the age of 27, you are a walking red flag.
Ah, that's a good call. I was like, no, I'm not on Snapchat at all. I used it for a hot second there, but that did not continue. Are you going to be posting some snaps later on today?
No, I think it's one of those apps that just isn't popular anymore. I think it had its moment for a while, but I thought that like the number one use of Snapchat was like for people who don't want their messages like screenshotted, right? Like,
Yes.
I feel like it's for like people doing sketchy things. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Is like people
Yes.
who are trying to like run around, or they're trying to have like multiple girls on rotation. So like obviously I've been married for 11 years. I am a suburban housewife. So no, Snapchat is not really my territory.
Yeah, Snapchat is definitely sneaky like that. I told you I used to get into trouble when NBC invested like, God, I don't know how many millions of dollars, like tens of millions in Snapchat. And I was like, what a terrible investment. My producer was like, you got to stop saying that on the air. I was like, they're not giving us raises. Why are we spending tens of millions of dollars on Snapchat? This is, I can tell you, and I know nothing about investing. I know very little, and I'm telling you, it's an awful call. Since then, the stock price, at one point, they wanted me to do sportscasts on Snapchat. And I remember ESPN did this for a while. Do you remember this? When it was like a 60-second or maybe like a 2-minute sportscast, and it was like, snapping. It was like 5 or 6 second story. It was just like, J.J. Spahn wins the U.S. Open with an incredible putt on the 18th. In the NBA, it was like, wait, what is going on here? And they were like, we want you to do these. And I think I did like 1 or 2, and they decided it wasn't a good idea. But yeah, it went out in flames, Snapchat did. It was in and then gone.
Yeah, but you never know with like social media platforms because, they could get bought by Facebook or Meta or whatever. And then you do get a good return on your investment. It's just crazy because like even looking at TikTok now, like that was Vine, right? It was the same thing. And Vine went out of business. So it's crazy to me. We see like the reiteration of some of these platforms. So it is kind of a risky investment. But I guess, some of these you could probably make a lot of money off of if you pick the right one.
Yeah, that's the key. Maybe you were scrolling on TikTok this weekend. Maybe you're not a huge golf person, and all of a sudden you swiped up, and boom, all of a sudden, J.J. Spahn popped up with an incredible putt to win the U.S. Open. He was amazing in the final couple of holes yesterday. J.J. Spahn, the winner at Oakmont at 1 under par, finishing with a 2-stroke advantage over Robert McIntyre at 1 over. Victor Hovland in third place at 2 over. Cam Young, Tyrrell Hatton, Carlos Ortiz at 3 over. John Rahm and Scotty Scheffler tied for 8th at 4 over. But it is Spaun shooting a final round 72. Started off the round very poorly. Bogeys on 5 of his first 6 holes. Had that really bad luck on 2 where his ball hit the flag stick and then rolled back 40-something feet. But then an incredible drive on 17. I mean, an absolute stinger that lands on the green, gave him a putt for eagle, ends up with a birdie. So on 18, he's on the green, said as he was walking up the fairway, he did not look at the scoreboard, just wanted to play the type of golf that he had been playing. He needs 2 putts to win it, his first from 64 feet, 5 inches away.
Want to cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
Call from NBC, the only putt of the week made by a player that was 60 feet or more. Spaun, a U.S. Open champion and major champion for the first time, and he comes home at odds of 150 to 1. Had a few rain delays yesterday. The course conditions were tough, made even tougher by the rain and the mud and the muck, but ultimately Spaun with a finish that will go down in U.S. Open history.
Yeah, what mental resiliency this took from J.J. Spaun, somebody who is not one of the big names on the leaderboard and somebody who was your first-round leader. And so many people across our platform, across multiple platforms, are saying, oh, it's not going to be J.J. Spaun winning it. It's going to be one of these big dogs that come to eat on Sunday. But J.J. Spaun, like you said, had tunnel vision here, and he just zoned in on doing what he could control. And I think that if you look at this tournament, a lot of people and will say, and, you know, probably rightly so, say this was too difficult. This was barely even golf just because the elements were so difficult. But if we zoom out here and look at golf from a macro perspective, golf, for those of you who play, is so rewarding because it is challenging and because it is so difficult and because it makes those good moments, you know, look so much better when you put it against the position of how difficult the elements were. So I feel like that was the payoff that we got in the finale. We watched all these cringe moments at the U.S. Open where guys were throwing their clubs, punching, you know, holes through the wall of the clubhouse, to finishing the way that J.J. Spaun did on the 18th hole, where not only did he have this great, incredible putt to win it with a birdie, he also had birdies on each of the last 2 holes. And he striped it right down the fairway, off the tee on 18. The tunnel vision that he had to stay locked in when multiple guys had a shot to win, including guys like Scotty Scheffler, who missed multiple putts down the stretch. The way that J.J. Spaun stayed locked in, he absolutely deserved his moment, and he got it.
Good on J.J. Spaun. Again, when you have bogeys in 5 of the first 6 holes that you play, like the potential to completely unravel in that moment at a major when you know that you're this close was right there. A lot of golfers would have completely faltered in that moment. A lot of golfers, particularly on that course in these elements, would have faltered, would have faded. And he did not. He gathered himself. And then I thought the way he played the final 2 holes really was indicative of that mental fortitude that he displayed throughout this final round. I did not like the course conditions because I thought with the rain, it just made it survival golf, and that really was not something I was interested in. However, course conditions are no. Even if you have perfect conditions, winning a major with this type of pressure, and when you're 34 years old and you have 1 win on the PGA Tour in your career, which is the Valero Texas Open. That was in 2022, which is considered one of the easiest events on tour, to go from that one time that you won, even though I know he had a couple of runner-up finishes this year, including against Roy, Players' Championship, for him to come through, considering his history, made it all the more remarkable, and he's certainly a worthy champion.
Yeah, and it was also a nice moment on Father's Day to see his 2 little girls and to be able to share that moment with him on a Father's Day. So definitely a U.S. Open for the books. I know we talk about all the time how we watch the Golf Channel at our house regularly, and we watch Golf's Greatest Rounds. Jenks, I'm looking forward to seeing that one again in the near future.
Oh, no question about it. And you're going to see that putt again and again and rightfully so. I mean, when no one else made a putt more than 60 feet during the entire tournament, but he did it to win. I know he had an extra stroke to give there, but man, just what a way to finish there at Oakmont. Congratulations to J.J. Spahn. Will we get a classic tonight in Game 5 of the NBA Finals? Who knows? We do have a series tied at 2. Pacers in Oklahoma City taking on the Thunder. The Thunder laying 9.5. The Thunder minus 450 on the money line. Your money line price for the Pacers is plus 333, total set at 223 and a hook. Your series price now, Thunder minus 650. The Pacers are plus 450. So hell of a run by the Thunder in Game 4 when they were trailing for most of that game, trailed by as many as 10 points in the second half, and then SGA went off for 15 points in 4 minutes and 38 seconds. He really was the MVP of that game, and as we know, the MVP of the regular season. But what will we see tonight back in Oklahoma City? The Thunder, coming off a loss, have been great all season. Now they're coming off a win, and yet this number, as we have talked about throughout the playoffs, has not budged. It is a big number for OKC.
Yeah, 9.5 points. What are we doing? I feel like I have adopted the mindset of we either bet on the Pacers or we bet on nothing. Or maybe we bet on a total or a player prop. But you look at the Pacers, and they continue to get these big numbers. And I understand the way the NBA games are, that sometimes teams can kind of run away with things. And this game, should be noted, is in Oklahoma City. But you look at the Pacers overall, let's zoom out. Look at the bigger picture. We have a large sample size of the Pacers as underdogs in the postseason thus far. They are 9-5, straight up, as underdogs in the postseason this far, and we're in the NBA Finals. So I feel like this is not a fluke. We keep getting all these points, and so we've also seen that each side of the NBA Finals, both these teams have been great coming off a loss. I think that's going to be the case for the Pacers. I do think we see a better effort here, and here's the thing. The Pacers have been great at making these comebacks, so it feels like a team that's never out of it, a very resilient team, because that's how this last game was really different, I felt like, for the Thunder, because I think there was this narrative creeping up saying, hey, the Thunder don't know what to do in close games, which a little, unintelligent there, because still, it's a good team. They had a great regular season. But people are saying, hey, the Pacers know how to react in these clutch moments. Maybe the Thunder don't. But we saw the resounding effort from SGA looking like the MVP in the final minutes of this game. But all that to be said, I do think I would either take the points with the Pacers or it's nothing for me. I am not laying the 9.5 with the Thunder, not in a series that's looked so evenly matched.
I mean, it's crazy, too, is that Vegas has loved the Thunder throughout. Even when the Pacers had a 2-1 series lead going into Game 4, it was the Thunder that I believe were around like minus 250 to win the series, which I found kind of ridiculous. But now here they are at minus 650. Yeah, I'm with you. It's either the Pacers or nil for this guy. Just because if I look back at Game 4, and look, you can't change the outcome of a game, but what I will say is that Indiana did control that game from start to finish. I don't want to say it got away from them, because ultimately the Thunder are known for playing fantastic defense. That's what they did. They made some crucial stops at the end of Game 4, and then SGA made two of the biggest shots of the series, hitting a three and then a pull-up J there to give the Thunder the lead, and then they would go on to just barely cover the number. But ultimately, I like the fact that the Pacers came out strong and that they led in the second half. This is a Pacers team that, okay, despite that MVP performance, that game I feel like was closer than it looked. And the one thing we know about Indiana is we talk about resilience. Resilience has been a big theme of today's show, whether it's J.J. Spahn, whether it's Caitlin Clark coming off an injury and dropping 35. This Pacers club has proven to be resilient all playoff long, no matter who they're facing, whether it's the Cavaliers, Celtics, Knicks, whatever, it doesn't matter. And so for me, when I see a number this big and I see a Pacers team that has hung with Oklahoma City throughout, I'll be back on Indiana.
Well, and plus, simply from a strategy perspective, I feel like if the Thunder win this game, it's because their defense comes to play. And their defense, makes points at a premium. So if we're talking about a lower scoring affair, if you think that's the game script, because here's the thing, the Pacers, I think, are undefeated when they score at least 110 points. So if you think points are going to be at a premium, you don't want to lay 9.5 points. in a game where points are not going to be easy to come by. And you could spin it the other way and say, hey, if they're going to score some points, the Pacers are probably going to be in it because they have been undefeated when scoring at least 110 points. So any way you slice it, I think all the trends kind of point to the Pacers.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I just want to see a good series anyway. I don't want to see the Thunder pull away and win this thing. I want to see a Game 7 in Oklahoma City. So from a personal perspective, I'd love to see the Pacers keep it close, win outright. But just based on what we've seen, I think it's going to be more competitive than 9.5. Coming up next on the show, Caitlin Clark returns, and so does John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of the team. He is coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Hope you're having a good morning.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Thanks for being with us on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you enjoyed your Father's Day. Always great to start a new week with you. Coming up on the show, Caitlin Clark returns to the Fever, and in a big way, we will chat with the play-by-play voice of Indiana, John Nolan, a friend of the show. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. I was also reading a headline on ESPN that Angel Reese yesterday became the second youngest player to ever record a triple-double. So she had 11 points, 11 assists, and 13 rebounds. First career triple-double as the Sky beat the Sun 78-66. The youngest player to record a triple-double, Caitlin Clark. So I'm going to ask John about this, and I guess my point is that these two are very much associated together, and we all know why. It goes back to the college game and their matchups in the pros. But at some point, does this become kind of a tired thing where every time we talk about Angel Reese, and I understand that I'm doing it as we speak, but also when you look at ESPN headlines, for example, it's Caitlin Clark and it's Angel Reese. Maybe they'll have something about, Sabrina Ionescu or Nafisha Collier or something like that. But for the most part, these two drive the headlines, and because of their history, they're sort of always mentioned together. At some point, do we need to separate the two a little bit?
Well, I think that if I'm just addressing like the Caitlin Clark or the Angel Reese headlines, I think now I have to do the thing that we used to have to do to Kobe Bryant. And like this isn't even in the same stratosphere because Kobe Bryant shot like incredibly difficult shots. But yeah, she got a double-double, but she shot 28% from the field. 28% from the field when you're a post player? So, like, it's one of those things where, like, I see the headlines, and I think there's a little bit of this where ESPN wants to say, hey, we're not just promoting Caitlin Clark. We're promoting Angel Reese, too. But, like, you have to take it with a grain of salt. Like, going 2 of 7 from the field, like, yeah, it's a big deal to have a double-double and do it at her age. But again, like when there are so many other great WNBA players that don't get the headlines, sometimes I question, like, we're in the headline business as well. Anything that has an Angel Reese attached to it is going to get clicks. So I don't know. It just makes me want to do my own research.
No, I think that's fair because there are a lot of great players across the WNBA, and that's why there was some of that pushback early on when it came to Caitlin Clark because there were so many players. And I understand saying, look, we've been doing this at a high level for a long, long time. Where's our attention? Where are our headlines? But at the same time, it is great for the sport that Caitlin Clark has brought more attention to the WNBA. So to talk about that and more, we bring in John Nolan. He is the Fever play-by-play voice of Indiana, and we're glad to have him here on the program. So let me start with this, John. I mean, having a layoff like Caitlin did for 5 games because of that quad injury is, not insignificant. And then she came back and looked as good as ever. Third time in her career, she's gone for at least 35-5. Are you surprised at how sharp she looked yesterday?
Yeah, shame on me. I was surprised. I probably shouldn't be, and we probably just sort of should expect not necessarily the unexpected, but expect the amazing when it comes to Caitlin Clark anytime she is in uniform on the court. But yeah, I was thinking, and I think along with many others, she had just missed 3 weeks, only had a handful of practices as she was ramping up to be game ready again. And not to mention playing against New York Liberty, who were the only undefeated team in the league. Granted, they were missing a couple of starters over the weekend. But, yeah, human nature, okay, it's going to take a little while to ease into things. And then, what do you know, she had that sequence of literally making 3 threes in less than 40 seconds, and they were all from 30-plus feet away. So it really was just an incredible, okay, she is back, and she is back in a big way, and, arguably better than ever.
Yeah, and I think here's the fun turn in the conversation is that it feels like we don't have to just say, hey, Caitlin Clark is this, hot button issue. Now the Fever are stacking, well, you've got this one signature win against the Liberty now. And I think that we are hoping that the Fever can be contenders in the WNBA to play for a championship. So I'm looking at their record, and obviously I am a casual fan. So the Fever 5-5. The Liberty still stand at 9-1. So what's the real percentage chance that the Fever are contending for a WNBA title this year?
Yeah, that's a good question. And just as a reminder for anyone else out there who's not, hasn't been fully locked into to the WNBA, the regular season goes into mid-September, and then the playoffs or the later part of September, the championships, the finals ultimately around mid-October. So I think even, something that the Fever's head coach, Stephanie White, was saying preseason is that she feels like this Indiana team isn't even going to be hitting its stride until around the All-Star break, which is the middle of July. And now she said that without knowing that she was going to be without Caitlin Clark for 5 games. They've also been without another one of their top players, Sophie Cunningham, due to an ankle injury for several games. Even on Saturday, actually, they were still not at 100%. Dewana Bonner, who's a former All-Star player, she unfortunately was out due to personal reasons. So through 10 games, you said 5-5. They have only had the full roster for 2 of those games, and one of which was when Caitlin got hurt. So, I mean, you could say they've only had their full team together for literally 1 game so far. So it has been tough to get into a rhythm. Now, back just to really answer your question, New York and Minnesota, the Lynx, the 2 teams that met in the finals last year, they have proven to be on a different tier from everyone else. That said, though, the Fever very much could be in the mix there in that next tier. And, Fever fans are hoping that over the course of these next few months that, they have a high ceiling they can still get to once they get everyone healthy together and try to reach their full potential.
Talking with John Nolan. He is the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Fever. Follow him on X at John_G_Nolan. So, John, we've talked about, and you certainly know this, this new school of players led by Caitlin Clark coming into the league, and it's had this unprecedented attention. And so that got some pushback from maybe other teams, other players. How do Caitlin's own teammates handle that, and how is she with them? Are they appreciative of the attention that she brings to the team and brings to the league? How is that massaged? Because it's not always an easy thing to deal with.
Right. Well, I would say, I totally hear what you're saying. That had been kind of a storyline last year. In case anyone missed it, there was a really cool moment in Saturday's game against New York when Caitlin hit a really long 3 over Brianna Stewart, who's been one of the best players in the WNBA for the last decade. And I got to actually ask about this week because I didn't hear anyone talk about it post-game. But I guess Caitlin and Stewie, as she's known, have become friendly. And so Caitlin, she's fired up. She just made this big 3. It was a point in the game where it was a close game as well. So it was a critical shot. And so she's fired up. And then I don't know what was said between the 2 of them, but next thing you know, Brianna was smiling and laughing after she just allowed this 3 to be made right over. And they actually had kind of a friendly, little push and shove back and forth. So, hopefully that's representative of the fact that I think due to the fact that Caitlin handles herself so well, I mean, it's frankly weird to me that anyone would be, not wanting to embrace her and how she is putting such a spotlight on the league. And I think she handles herself in a really classy manner too. It's one thing if, she came across like a jerk, but she is a, kind-hearted person here. So I think that was really cool to see Stewart, a veteran in the league, having a moment with her on the floor like that. And then as far as Caitlin's teammates go, I mean, I think she fits in with the group really well. And sometimes you have to take a step back and remember now that this is only her 2nd year in the league because she has, at this point now, I know she's talked about last year as a rookie, trying to find her way. She didn't want to, as a point guard, you have to be a leader of a team, but also she's a rookie and doesn't want to, overstep bounds. I think she's kind of finding that spot now where, she is, even as just a 23-year-old, the leader of this squad.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you talked about those 2 teams in the league, the Lynx and the Liberty, being on a different tier, it feels like, than other people, or other teams, I should say, at least so far this season. So everybody sees a lot of the positives in the Fever. Obviously, you just say, hey, Caitlin Clark, she's good. She's not going to wither in the spotlight if it comes down to that in the postseason. But what are the weaknesses of this Fever team, and what's the biggest sabotage factor for this team down the stretch?
Yeah, and I think to point out with New York and Minnesota, part of the reason why they're on another level. So obviously they already had really strong teams that had their run to the finals last year. And then both of those squads brought back their core. In the case of New York, they even added to it with the likes of Natasha Cloud as their point guard. Meanwhile, Indiana, and for that matter, almost everybody else in the league, had a ton of roster movement. And looking ahead, in case anyone doesn't know this yet, this is the final year of the WNBA CBA. And so a bunch of players signed one-year contracts this year. So there's going to be even more roster turnover next year to buckle up for. But yeah, the Fever are a team that have more new pieces on the roster this year than they had returners. So I think, and as we were talking about the injuries they've experienced and whatnot, a main weakness is that they just still haven't become a fully cohesive team. I mean, they looked pretty cohesive against New York the other day when they had 25 assists on their 37 made baskets, but I think they still haven't established that consistency. And then I think you could perhaps say while they have Aaliyah Boston as one of the top post players in the league, they don't really have a second force of a post player. So a couple of the losses for Indiana so far have come against Atlanta, which features Brittany Griner at 6'9", and then Bree Jones is another all-star post player. So that was a tough matchup because, they can have both of those post players in the game at the same time. And then they have some really good guards too. So yeah, for anyone who's kind of getting on board here with this W season, Atlanta is a team that is off to maybe it shouldn't be sneaky good, because if you look at their roster, they have a bunch of all-stars, but since in a similar fashion here to Indiana, they didn't have the history together. Atlanta has caught some teams, perhaps for fans, by surprise. But I think with the Fever, it's just a matter of truly just getting into a rhythm with everyone together. And then hopefully, they made a franchise record 17 threes against the Liberty, so they have that lack of inside play for a little bit. They got to make up for it with the outside shooting.
John, we got about 2.5 minutes here before we go to break, but I wanted to ask you, how have you seen the growth? Because it's really amazing since Caitlin arrived, and you can attribute a lot of the success to her, to this team, and to the league. How much have you seen the passion and the coverage increase since she arrived in Indiana?
Right. Same as you've seen it really from a national level, but It is amazing, I think, right now, especially considering how in Indiana you've got the Pacers in the NBA Finals. And so perhaps it could be understandable if, fans are, so locked in on this fun Pacers run, and, maybe people are using their extra income to get Pacers Finals gear, Pacers Finals and playoffs tickets. And yet, this is just pretty special that you had two sellouts in less than 24 hours in Indiana this past weekend, with the Pacers playing Friday night and then the Fever playing Saturday afternoon. Literally, you'd expect, no question, for that Pacers Finals game to be a sellout, but more than 17,000 for the Fever too. And just all the jerseys and shirts and, gear that you see fans wearing. And it's been incredible on the road this year. Recently, where you guys are, they're selling out the United Center for the first time ever for a WNBA game when Caitlin didn't even play. And yeah, maybe the average ticket price went down, but people still showed up. And so the fact that they're still selling out arenas, even when Caitlin was out, I think that's a great testament to the entire league, to all the players. Well, yeah, Caitlin certainly is the most popular. Fans are really buying in on the whole league.
He is the Indiana Fever play-by-play voice. It is our friend John Nolan joining us on this Monday morning. John, great insight, and thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Chelsea, Michael, thanks so much for having me on. Proud to be a recurring guest now. So anytime, hopefully we'll have some more fun Caitlin games to talk about going forward.
We'll absolutely do that. Thank you. Yeah, good luck moving forward.
All right, see ya.
See ya. Man, that's got to be great. And also, I will say that, selling out an NBA and a WNBA game in the same weekend or in the span of 2 or 3 days, maybe that's becoming the norm now, but that would have been unthinkable just a few years ago.
Oh, absolutely. Even though I think the price of the tickets are probably a little different, but I do think it adds to a cool dynamic here, because Caitlin Clark gets her face seen even at these NBA Finals games because she's going to them. So it's just adding to the celebrity status, because that's what makes the NBA. It's not just, the play and, the on-court stuff, it's like these guys are celebrities too. So Caitlin Clark has reached that level of now it's like cool to pan to her in the audience, even though she doesn't really want the attention, she gets it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And also I think people who are discovering this sport are realizing, oh my God, this is actually a great brand of basketball. It might be a different type of basketball, but it's still ball. I mean, great hoops is great hoops, and I think once you break through that stereotype, then you say, oh, maybe I had this wrong. It helps to have superstars along the way, of course, but I think a lot of people are coming to that realization. Coming up next here on the show, it is a new week, and no one is ready for that more than this guy. Best Bets headed your way, along with the Dogster. It is next on the Daily Tip, and it is right here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. Hope you're having a great morning. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets are upcoming. The Dockster is here. Whole crew is here. Great to have you with us again. Hope you had a great Father's Day as well. So, Chelsea, you mentioned this earlier in the show, but a lot of golfers were frustrated, to say the least, at Oakmont. And it has been reported widely now that Wyndham Clark is one of the golfers who is frustrated. Apparently, after he missed the cut on Friday, he destroyed a couple lockers. And also sort of did the same at Valhalla as well, reportedly. So now this is two instances where he has reportedly done some damage after being frustrated with his, whether it's the course, whether it's how he's playing, whatever it is, missing the cut. At some point, they're going to have to put him in timeout or maybe just have like an open area. They'll just have like an open area outside the clubhouse, you know, with some old junk cars and maybe a sledgehammer, and they'll call it Clark Circle, and he can go over there and take out all his frustration, just smash a bunch of stuff, you know, and just take out all that anger on something besides the locker rooms in which he's staying. Oh, as Dylan put, he can say, "Sledgehammer me," and then just crush things.
Yeah, he needs a rage room. In fact, the Tampa Bay Rays did this, where they gave their players a rage room with a bunch of stuff to break. But this is interesting that it's Wyndham Clark, because I don't know if you watched Full Swing on Netflix, but this had a really deep dive on Wyndham Clark and his mental resilience coach. So if you have a mental resilience coach and they're sitting there watching some of these headlines, they're probably not thrilled. And I understand that success is never a straight line, but for somebody who is taken a vested interest into working on his mental resiliency, because this was holding Wyndham Clark back for quite a while, it does feel like he has relapsed a bit. So I think he will be booking some sessions here soon.
So what do you do when you're frustrated? Could be anything. You know, could be, oh, I wish I'd done different on this show. Not saying you have a bad show. Or, oh, I can't believe that I dropped this thing that meant something to me. Or I forgot to do a task that was super important. When you're really frustrated and angry, what do? Do you just serenity now and you take some deep breaths? Like, how do you handle anger?
I think this has been a big thing for me lately because, not to get too personal, but my mom has dementia. And so she forgets things. And she will ask me the same question probably 15 times within the span of 30 minutes. And it's really difficult not to lose your cool when you see this person every single day.
Yeah.
But I tell myself, listen, you are going to make some mistakes. You're a human. You are going to mess up. You are going to show some emotion. All you can do is try to be better next time. And in my case, she's not going to remember anyway. So you get a fresh slate the next day.
I think that's a good way to look at it, and good on you for taking care of mom and also having that sort of patience, which is, you know, it's very difficult to do in any situation, especially when you're faced with a recurring situation. So I'm trying to figure out what I do. I think I just like hold it in. That's not good. I need to have like a punching bag.
Sounds healthy.
Yeah, it's real healthy. Like, I don't like conflict, and I'm not really good with anger, and so it's not good. But I don't tend to lose I think what I do is that I just hold it in, and then I don't want to say sets me off because that makes it sound like I'm like losing my mind and hitting stuff. I just think that I tend to hold it in and then release it in moments where maybe I should have been a little bit calmer. Nothing where I'm drawing, like making a big scene or anything. I'm just not very good with it. So maybe I'll take a page out of your book and maybe handle it better and do that.
Well, I'm not saying I handle it great. I'm just saying I think for everybody, like, nobody's perfect at this. Like, it's one of those things where nobody has ever beaten the system. And honestly, I think you'd be a boring person if you were just this robot who never showed emotion. So again, all you can do is, you know, have a basketball player mindset where you say, ball up top, next play. You don't have time to sulk. You have to go back and play defense. So I think if you zoom out and try to have a macro perspective, and also, you know, having some gratitude about things, like, hey, it could be a lot worse. There are people who are in much more difficult situations. Because I did see something come across like my Instagram feed the other day that made me laugh. And it was like, God gives his hardest battles to his strongest warriors. And it was a preview for the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. I was like, all right, guys. Like, maybe this is not the strongest warriors that need to compete in the competition for Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, or maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, sometimes if you zoom out, because it's very easy to like get lost in your situation, but no, there will be a tomorrow and you can do better.
That's absolutely right. Coming up next on Bad Sweat, Sammy P and Kate Constable are back as they recap a pretty wild weekend of sports and wonder if this is the week that Kevin Durant finally gets traded away from the Suns. He and the team are working on that together. Then Noops Christensen from FTN Fantasy will be along at 10 o'clock to hand out his favorite plays of the day. We've got plays as well, so let's get to them.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, we are on similar but not the same plays as far as our favorite bets for today. Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Phillies today on the money line at a pretty solid price at minus 118. I think you get a discount here because of the starter involved for the Phillies, Mick Abel. Obviously, you don't have a huge sample size for him because he's only started 3 games this year, but he's done well with the sample size provided. 1-0, 2.35 ERA. Plus, he gets to face the Marlins. So I think the reason I'm going full game here is because you look at the Phillies over the weekend, and they look like a solid team, and the bullpen should be rested. We got great starts from all 3 of the starters over the weekend for Philly, 7 runs or more in 3 of those 4 games over the past few from that offense. And going back to the pitchers, we had 7 innings from Christopher Sanchez, 7 innings for Ranger Suarez, and 6 last game from Zach Wheeler. So my point being is the bullpen should be rested. You look at the Marlins over the past couple games, they have gotten basically nothing from their starters. In the last 2 games, their starter hasn't gone past 3 innings. Their bullpen has had, their bullpen plus their starters combined, 14 pitchers used over the last 2 games. They're going to be worn and torn against this Phillies lineup that, again, has caught its stride. So I'm going to take the better team at a solid price. Let's go Phillies on the money line at minus 118.
All right. I'm going with a similar bet, but I still don't trust the bullpens. Make some very good points, but we're still talking about 2 bottom 5 bullpens, which makes me nervous here. So I'm going to stick with fading Sandy Alcantara and going with Mick Abel like you talked about. Sandy Alcantara just has not regained his Cy Young form. Good last time out against the Pirates, no question about it. 6 shutout innings, but who doesn't shut out the Pirates? Am I right or am I right? I don't know if I trust him just yet. Before that, he had given up at least 4 runs in 6 of his last 7 games. Mick Abel, a solid pitcher going for Philly. And also, when you look at first 5 rankings this season, the Phillies are a top 10 team. In fact, they are 10th overall in the first 5. The Marlins ranked 25th. I think we can both cash here. So I'm going to go Phillies first 5 money line. And I found a good price, just minus 112, so that is my favorite play of the day.
Yeah, plus Sandy Alcantara was bad last time against the Phillies. I forgot to mention this. He gave up 6 runs in just 2 innings of work last time against the Phillies. So clearly the matchup advantage is there for the Phillies. That's going to be the only play for me, but it does look like you have one more on the card.
Okay. I'm gonna say, well, I don't want to say that. I was going to say if I lose this bet, I'm not fading the Rockies again this season. And I'll tell you, I've had some.
It's too good of a bet.
I know it is. I've had some bad beats when it comes to the Rockies. But this is a good price, though. Hear me out here, because when the Rockies generally have played this season, the run line is minus 2.5. That's how awful they have been. Here, I know they're in D.C. They're taking on the Nats. Okay, this game could get, I don't know, rained out, but it's not looking good outside, Denton, right? So probably this game might not even go off. But you're getting the regular 1.5 run line at minus 102. Yes, ideally you want plus money here, but we're talking about the Rockies. So absolutely I'll take the regular run line at minus 102 for Washington. Kyle Freeland was going to go in this game for Colorado. I'm actually glad Carson Palmquist is going instead. He's 0-7 with an ERA of 7.77. Meanwhile, Jake Irvin has started to falter a little bit for the Nationals, but I say that because just not as good as he was earlier in the year, but also look at who he has faced in his last 3 outings. Diamondbacks, Cubs, and Mets. the Rockies do not qualify to be even close in that category. I think he'll have much better luck against this Rockies lineup. Both bullpens are terrible, but the Nats do have a better roster of hitters. So let's go Nats on the run line, minus 102. And maybe if this game goes off, we can cash here in D.C. Okay, before we get to Kate, who is locked in, ready to go, let's bring in the Dogster and find out who he likes today. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everyone is having a great weekend and a great week across the country. Good, Dogster. Go ahead. What's on your mind? Everyone is so impressed with the LSU fan base taking so many shots at the College World Series. I suppose you're not. I can do 286 Jello shots in one sitting and not feel a single thing. Oh. Really? Like no effects whatsoever? I mean, I might pull my phone out and send a few pictures to my coworkers on Snapchat. Hey, does this look crazy to you or what? I just happen to have it on my phone. Doesn't sound good. I think we're good with this. What's your bet? Squad play. Nats on the run line, minus 102. Good job. Kept it pretty clean for you. Coming up next on Bad Sweats, how about our good friend Kate Constable? Kate, good morning. How you doing?
And you're muted.
Good morning, guys.
Oh,
yeah!
There
Nailed
we
it.
go. Yay.
It's tough on this Monday morning.
It is. Yeah. It's early.
How's your weekend?
It was good. I can't complain. Went to the Cubs game yesterday. Cubs won. It was fun. Other than that, just a relaxing weekend. All good.
That's good.
Do you find yourself rooting for a team in the NBA Finals?
I kind of want to see the Pacers win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was all OKC before the series started, so I'm totally doing a flip-flop here, but I think it would be a cool story to see the Pacers win.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, at first I was kind of like everyone else, like, oh, it's the Thunder's time, but I've kind of gotten on board with the idea that a team that no one expected to win it could end up taking home a title, you know?
I mean, they were the 5th seed going into the playoffs. It would be a great story.
It would be, and hopefully we get a great game tonight. I know you guys are going to cover it. Great to hear from you. Have a great show, Kate.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
You bet. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Monday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
Good morning. Welcome into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He's Sammy P. I am Kate Constable. We're here from now until noon Eastern, helping you start your morning with a whole lot of news that went down over the weekend. That audio you just heard was JJ Spaun winning the U.S. Open. We will get into that. But we did have a blockbuster trade in Major League Baseball that we need to talk about. Caitlin Clark also dropped 32 points in his return. We have Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. We'll bring in Noops to give his thoughts on that game at 10 a.m. Eastern. But Sam, we got to just dive right into it. Devers, blockbuster trade, Major League Baseball. Some people are comparing it to Luka Doncic trade. You're in Boston. What's going on?
I wish I knew why it happened. I have reactions, but nobody really knows. There are two schools of thought. Number one, Devers was just such a pain that he didn't want to learn a new position, and he didn't want to DH, and he didn't want to do first base, and sort of not a great example for a lot of the younger players that they're going to eventually call up. And I think that's very fair. The other side is this team gave Devers a 13-year contract for millions and millions of dollars and then signed another player to play third base. So it's like, no matter how you shake it, the fan base has every right to be upset because this is years after they traded Mookie Betts, an MVP, one of the best players in baseball. They send him packing, and now they trade away their best hitter after sweeping the Yankees to get a game over 500 and right on the cusp of a playoff spot. People are upset today, and I obviously haven't heard a lot of the radio today because it's 9 a.m. on the East Coast. But from a betting standpoint, you wonder, does this team rally around the trade, or does it fall flat? And I guess that's the question we have to answer in the next 3 hours.
The Red Sox are 6.5 games back in the AL East. So Devers goes to the Giants, and in return, the Red Sox get righty Jordan Hicks, lefty Kyle Harrison, and a pair of prospects in the outfield. You have James Tibbs III and Jose Bayo. Any of those names, Sam, like make the Red Sox significantly better. Maybe you needed a little bit of pitching help, so that works with Hicks and Harrison, but you just gave up a 3-time All-Star, who's having one of the best seasons of his career.
Fans are livid. That much I know. And I followed a lot of X last night. Jared Carrabis, self-proclaimed president of Red Sox Nation, not happy. And a lot of the reactions to his reactions are the same. I think the reality is they have traded over the last handful of years Mookie, Rafi, and Chris Sale. And you've gotten the following names back: Vaughn Grissom, Connor Wong, Jeter Downs, Alex Verdugo, Jordan Hicks, and Kyle Harrison. You traded 3 Hall of Famers maybe and got a whole lot of nothing. And a lot of those guys that you traded for are no longer with the team. So I understand the frustration. And this is a team, turn of the century, is spending a lot of money to try and build the winner. Giving Manny $150, $160 million. And now you're dumping your best player after sweeping the Yankees. It's a bigger conversation here in Boston. It's about John Henry and Fenway Sports Group and what they're trying to do. But clearly the Red Sox are not a priority in terms of building a winner and spending money. And I can't wait to talk about this on Nessa Nation at 11 o'clock Eastern this morning. People are upset. and they have every right to be. But it's this sense that they won all those World Series titles, a handful of them, from 2004 to 2018, and now you're playing small ball in a major market with a storied franchise. That's the issue the fans have.
Is it odd that people are comparing this to the Luka trade because that happened in the middle of the night and the Mavs didn't consult other teams? I haven't heard anything about the Red Sox consulting any other teams. Like, it was just them and the Giants in this. Is it odd that they didn't bring in anyone else to try and get more back for Devers?
The whole situation's odd. And I think this is a calculated move by the GM, Craig Breslow, who was a former pitcher in the Red Sox system and has a lot of thoughts about how to reform this pitching staff. You realize that the two focal pieces from San Francisco are pitchers. So maybe this is Breslow saying, all right, we're going to go get pitching. Pitching will help us win. It's a crazy move. And to your point about not shopping Devers around, yeah, this felt like it was decided that he had to go. Somebody in that organization, whether it be the man on top, John Henry, or the GM, or somebody in that front office, said that this is not worth having Rafi Devers here anymore. And he's going to go to a team that probably goes to the playoffs. Ironically enough, guess who the Red Sox face this weekend? The San Francisco Giants. So it all sort of comes full circle this week. But I have no idea what is going on. And I think a lot of people that cover the team, that follow the team, root for the team, they're asking the same questions. Actually, it's one question. Why? Why? And there's a press conference later today. Maybe we'll get some more answers. But it's really an unexplainable move to do this in the middle of June. The deadline isn't for another 6 weeks. They could have traded him and created a lot more buzz and got more vendors. It was so bad, apparently, they had to get him out ASAP. They took him off the team charter. He was on the plane. He was on the plane to go to Seattle. And they took him off the plane because he was traded. So I don't think he expected it. And certainly the people here in Boston didn't expect it either.
He had a homer in that game against the Yankees, too. Like, he played well in that final game. So he now goes to the Giants. Giants are probably excited to have him. They haven't had a 30-homer hitter since Barry Bonds, which was quite a long time ago. 2 games back at the Dodgers in the NL, or NL West, rather. They're 4th in the NL. 25-1 to win the World Series. 13-1 to win the NL. 7-1 to win the NL West. Any of those numbers enticing now that Devers is on that roster, Sam?
I still think the move for the Giants is to make a deep run, if that makes any sense. I like them to sort of, stand taller. I don't know that they're going to win the division, especially when the Dodgers start getting some of these arms back. But it's easier to beat the Dodgers over 7 games than it is over 162. They're only 2 games out, but I don't know. That Dodger pitching staff has been just throwing out guys that we've never heard of. And that's going to change, you would think, eventually, although I did just see Sasaki timetable to come back, ironically enough. Giants have given up 264 runs. That's the best number in the West. So from a pitching standpoint, they've been the best. I don't believe the bats have been as good as advertised, but now you add a guy who can hit 35, 40 home runs. And in that ballpark, with McCovey Cove to deep right field, he's going to hit balls in that water. There's no doubt about it. So if you're a believer, sure, you could do any of those markets. I personally like the Giant market to win the National League more than win the West. That's sort of a weird thing to say because they're only 2 games back. But I do think eventually the Dodgers are talented enough to win the division. But you could beat the Dodgers in the playoffs in a small window, in a small sample size. The Red Sox number, by the way, to make the playoffs, now 2-1, yes. I think that's the conversation that is most important around here today. Is this team going to rally on and carry through? The books are saying no. -205, no. -230, no. -250, no. Huge number to win the East, 23-1. Probably not going to happen. To win the pennant, 22-1. So a lower number to win the pennant than to win the division. And to win the World Series, Boston now 50-1. They're going young. That much is clear. They've gone younger over the course of this season. But trading your best hitter, they didn't get better, Kate. They certainly didn't get better.
Well, maybe they got better in the sense that drama inside the locker room is now gone. If Devers was, calling him a cancer in the locker room is probably pretty aggressive, but it seems like they had more issues with him and his lack of willingness to switch positions. So maybe that's something that, talent on the field didn't get any better, but maybe the locker room kind of cleans itself up a little bit, and that's what propels the Red Sox forward. 2-1 to make the playoffs, like you said. Not a terrible bet. You mentioned Dodgers pitching. Shohei Ohtani is going to be back on the mound tonight. We'll talk about that as we go on through the show and give you our today's MLB card, our bets there later on. We have to talk a little U.S. Open. JJ Spawn, 150-1 prior to the start of the tournament on Thursday. If you bet JJ Spawn, congratulations. You cashed a big ticket. He is your U.S. Open winner. Hung on through a rain delay yesterday, Sam. A lot of the guys we talked about last week that we liked didn't fare so well. It was a very tough tournament. Spawn, the only player in this field that finished under par.
Nobody took JJ Spawn in our 16 entry fantasy draft, whatever we called it, our U.S. Open draft. 4 people, 4 rounds. Nobody took JJ Spawn. I took Bobby Mack. He finished second, but second doesn't count.
Did you really?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, he was one of the guys who just didn't completely crush himself on Sunday. I mean, that leaderboard, if you flipped it on, at one point, this would have been like 7:30 after the rain delay. They had the leaderboard on the TV, and I'm like, well, let me take a picture of this. 1 over, 1 over, 1 over, 1 over, 1 over, 2 over, 2 over, 4 over, 4 over, 4 over. That's the leaderboard in the final round of a major. The course destroyed people, including a guy that I like, Bryson DeChambeau. Rory McIlroy was throwing clubs. Guys were going nuts. But Spawn just weathered the storm. No pun intended. He was awesome. And his morning, I don't know if you saw this, his morning actually started at 3 o'clock, according to Kyle Porter, who covers golf.
Did.
JJ Spawn went to CVS at 3 a.m. on Father's Day because his daughter was sick and she was throwing up. And he ended up winning the U.S. Open. You mentioned a price. I saw a number at Bookmaker offshore at 185-1. There was a guy on X who posted a ticket, a $58 bet to win $10,700. That'll bloat the bankroll if you hit 184-1 ticket. He was I don't think he was great, but you didn't have to be. You just you had to swallow the bogeys and you had to avoid disaster. And he did that. I still feel for Sam Burns shooting out of the puddle. I mean, just the rain, the course, the rough, the greens. That was one of the hardest tournaments we've ever seen at the major level. And I don't know that, I hate to say JJ Spawn didn't win it, but it felt like everybody else kind of lost it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, everyone else self-imploded a little bit. JJ Spawn just kind of stayed steady. Adam Scott was right in the mix on the final round. He finished tied for 12th. Shot 6 over for the tournament. Not great there. Scotty Scheffler ends up tied for 7th after the start that Scotty had the first 2 rounds. Obviously made the cut, but it wasn't pretty for Scotty at all, but finishes 4 over on the tournament. Tied for 7th with John Rahm. Also Sam Burns there. The Open Championship is the next and final major of this season. Rory, despite having a terrible tournament in this last round, is the second favorite behind Scotty Scheffler to win that tournament. And that's one that Rory's talked about is kind of like his big focus after the Masters. That is still a couple weeks away, late in July, but interesting that even after Rory's bad couple rounds here, that he's still second favorite for the Open Championship.
Well, people are going to bet him there. That much is obvious, and it's a course that he knows well. So that's always going to be the case. So the numbers right now at MGM, here are the top 5 players to win the Open. Scotty, 450. Rory, 650. John Rahm, 12-1. Rahm was kind of in the hunt for a while. DeChambeau 14, and then Oberg 18-1. I didn't hear his name at all this weekend, and of course DeChambeau missed the cut.
Did he miss the cut?
If he didn't,
yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he missed
okay.
the cut.
So there you go. I didn't hear his name at all, and I watched a lot of the tournament, and they didn't show him. I didn't see a lot of his holes, which generally means you're not one to win. But the big horses stay the same because everybody bets them, and I have no idea what to do. Luckily, we got some time to figure out the Open Championship.
Yeah, a couple weeks from now, that's in mid-July. Thunder got the win on Friday night. Even the series 2-2. We now go back to OKC for Game 5 tonight. We will break that one down, tell you where we're putting our money. That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Gilgeous-Alexander hits a break. Clutch bomb from SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive, pulls back. Baseline jumper's good. OKC with their first lead of the second half.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
SGA proved why he is the MVP of the regular season in that game 4 down the stretch. 15 of the Thunder's last 16 points that they scored came from SGA. The guy was absolutely phenomenal. Series goes back to OKC now. We are tied 2-2. Thunder, 9.5-point favorites heading into tonight's game. Total 224.5 is where it's sitting right now. I've seen it up to 225.5 at various places. But the total just keeps ticking up ever so slightly from where it opened. Sam, initial thoughts on Thunder minus 9.5. It's what the line was in game 1 that was played in Oklahoma City. Game 2 closed at Thunder 11.5. I think if we've learned anything over the last, week and a half, 2 weeks of this playoff, is that money comes in on the Thunder late. So this 9.5 might get pushed to 10 before tip.
It could. I would guess the 10 then would run right back ASAP. There is an appetite at 9.5. I'm looking at Pinnacle and Westgate. They're at a cheap 9.5, minus 103, minus 105. So it's not like it's expensive to lay the 9.5, at least now. A lot could change in the next 11 hours or so, give or take. But I have this feeling that if it were to get to 10, you would see some buyback on the Pacers, a team that you chronicled last week has been very good off a loss, has been very resilient, has the leadership, has the older players, and it does feel like a big number. That said, it's not as big as it was earlier in the series when Oklahoma City was 10.5, 11 in the first 2 games. So they have made a little bit of a dip on the adjustment side in favor of the Pacers, who have clearly made this a much tighter series. And let's not forget, Indiana was up in the fourth quarter of game 4. Oklahoma City, I don't want to say lucky to win, maybe lucky to cover, given the fact that
lucky to cover for sure. You have 2 dead ball fouls. You have Benedict Mathurin missing key free throws. The Thunder should not have covered that game.
So that's all baked into where we are now. They have made a slight adjustment. And the power rating we discussed Friday, I never thought was really, I don't want to say correct, but it always felt a little too high on OKC and probably a little too low on Indiana, a team that has done nothing but win as dogs all postseason. And they're 2 wins away from the NBA championship. We've also discussed that this is an under series, and the total in game number 1 was 230 on the close. Look at it now. It's 6 points lower at several shops, 5.5 points lower at BetMGM. So they've caught up. They've caught up on the total. They've caught up on the side, which makes it ideally tougher to beat because we have 4 games of sample to lock these lines in. Under is 3-1, and that game 2 saw it go over because the bench guys come in and we're flinging threes and making threes. So really it's been 4 games that could have easily all gone under. I ask because we've seen this in hockey with all the goals and all the overs. We talked about last week, are we overthinking it in hockey? Should we just play the over? And the answer in every game has been yes. The question is back to you in NBA, where most of these games have trended under. Is it just as simple as saying, all right, the defenses are better than we think, the offenses are tight late in these games, do we go under again? Your thoughts on that at 224.5?
I want to say yes, but the Pacers in their bounce back games after a loss, they're 5-0 straight up against the spread, and they are 4-1 to the over in those games. And if the Pacers are going to win a game, it's likely because they are running and gunning throughout that game. They're pushing the pace. They're getting out in transition. So those are things that then I look at and I'm like, if the Pacers can get to 110, which is what we've seen in the playoffs, they're going to win games. Can they do that on the road in a pivotal game 5 to take a series lead? That's what concerns me a little bit more. I don't want to lay the 9.5 with the Thunder. I would take the points with the Pacers. But unless they're winning this game outright and putting up 110 points, I think this game goes under.
It's a tough handicap. I don't really feel like there's much of an edge either way. As I said, the odds makers have certainly made the necessary adjustments. The total is much lower. OKC is not as prohibitive of a favorite. So you can look at the props and sort of pick your poison there. I'm sure we'll get some insights at some point in this show. Maybe hear a little Where's the Room rejoin, get the juices flowing. But I want to talk about a bet that I talked about heading into the fourth game, and that was Hartenstein. I thought it was a solid handicap. The number went up. His minutes went up. He took 3 shots and made 1. And when you give somebody Isaiah Hartenstein over 5.5 and he scores 2, people are not happy. And I understand. It's not a bet that really ever had any chance of winning because he wasn't aggressive at all. Again, 1 of 3 from the floor. But that prop, we had talked about it on Wednesday or Thursday, and by game day, it was up a whole point, and the juice was still on the over. So it was the right size. It was the wrong shape. And I don't know what's happened to Hartenstein. I mean, he was so aggressive in the early part of the postseason. Go back to that Denver series. 12 shots, 7 shots, 14, 7, 10, 4, 7. You go to this series, 5, 2, 3, 3. And it's not all minutes. He got 21 minutes in the last game. He's not looking for a shot. I know he's going to score 8 tonight, and I'm not going to bet it. It's really going to make me upset. But it's a series where he has not been a factor. And this is a guy who carried them through the regular season and got them through, a lot of tough times in the postseason when they were up against it. It's just wild to see him sort of disappear. And, of course, Holmgren gets more minutes, but they're playing a lot more Caruso and a lot more Case and Wallace. So Hartenstein's number today is 6.5, and I ain't doing that again. I'm not going to make that mistake twice.
No, you couldn't ask me to bet Hartenstein today either. Mark Dagnott, the coach of the Thunder, he's been leaning a little bit more on those small ball lineups. So even though Hartenstein is now back in the starting lineup and you would anticipate him starting again today, I think his minutes stay around. He's averaging 19 a game. I think they stay around that. Just because he started in game 4, his minutes didn't increase at all. Still, 19 minutes, you think you could put up 6 points. You're one of the tallest guys on the floor. But Caruso has been the one to fill some of those minutes. I backed Caruso in game 4. I'm going to back him again tonight. Had 20 points in game 4. Is he going to do that again tonight? I don't think he has 20, but I think he's still an impact player where going over 10.5 is a decent look. I think his line has been, his prop has been lined at 9.5 for most of this series, but 10.5 I still think is fine because he's going to play. He might play more than Hartenstein tonight, despite Hartenstein in the starting lineup. So Caruso, whether you want to go points, Caruso over 1.5 made threes. I think that's a decent look. Him back at home. The Thunder shot awful from 3 in that game 4. You'd expect that to improve a little bit. So he's someone I'm going to look at. Sam, I also like Lou Dort to go over his 3 prop. His volume has decreased as the series has gone on, but he's shooting 61% from beyond the arc. And again, role players, and Lou Dort is a starter. He's not necessarily a role player, but he's not one of your top scorers typically. I think he plays well tonight. So over 1.5 made threes for Lou Dort is something that will be making my card this evening.
Any overs, you need the minutes. And Caruso played 30 in the last game. Dort played 33. Chet Holmgren played 37 minutes and had 14 points and 15 boards. That's what you need. You need guys that have the run, that have the minutes, that have the opportunity to pad the stat sheet. And that's something that Hartenstein just hasn't had so far in this round. But Alex Caruso has burst onto the scene. And I know it might be a popular look, but he's delivered. He's been very, very effective in this series, and he has really answered the call. So 4 minutes in game 1, 28-2, 27-3, and then 32 in game 4. That's how you pull it, right? Actually, I'm a game off here. So 28-1, 27-2, 32-3, and 30-4. I was reading the wrong line there for a second. But the shots, look at the shot attempts and look at the points. He has gotten more rope, and he's done a lot with that. He's got 20 points in 2 of the 4 games. So I understand it. I'm really curious to see where the room is. And then, of course, we have to talk about SGA. His number is 34.5 on the points. He had 35 in the last game. So just got over that number. And Halliburton's been very polarizing in the series. His point prop down to 16.5 at a couple places. MGM 17.5. And the ever-popular PRA for Tyrese Halliburton, 30.5. And I think that's, I don't want to say that it's too low, but I think given the potential for him to have a big game tonight, if he goes off, 30.5 is way too low. So I'm inclined to look over there. I think you get a better game from him in game number 5, and I'd go over 30.5 on Tyrese Halliburton.
If you can get 16.5 on his points out there, you're probably paying a little bit of a premium, but 16.5 I think is a good number. And to your point, 30.5 for points, rebounds, assists, like he's going to have the rebounds. He's going to have the assists, almost had a triple-double in a couple of games this series. So I think that is a decent look now that that's dropped a little bit. SGA, he had to go nuclear in the fourth quarter to get over his points prop in that game 4. And granted, he is the MVP of the league. So like, that's not terribly surprising that he went off. I can't bet his overs right now. That number is way too high. Well, I shouldn't say way too high. It's high. It's high enough that it scares me off of it, that you're going to need SGA to have another game like he did in game 4 and hits 90% of his shots in the fourth quarter or something like that. Sam, if we look at series prices and number of games, BetMGM for this series to end in 6 games, -147 is +115. So basically, we have the books telling us that the Thunder are going to win these next 2 games and the series is going to be over.
That's what the power ratings say. But as we've learned in this series and throughout the postseason for Indiana, power ratings don't dictate what happens on the court. Power ratings help us build numbers and help us line games, but games are not played on calculators. And Indiana, go back to the Cleveland series when they're dogs in every game, go back to the Knicks series where they're dogs a ton, and in this series where they've been a dog in every single game and have 2 outright wins. So the adjustments have been made, but the price on the series, -500, -510 at circa. So if you want Indiana right now to win 2 of the next 3, you can get 4-1. They're giving it to you. I never thought Indiana was going to win the finals. I never did. No. I was adamant about that. Not that it's this extremely bold take. Indiana was a $5 dog to win the series to begin with. But even after winning game 1, I never thought, Indiana's going to win. And even after winning game 3, I never thought, Indiana's going to win. It's probably as simple as whoever wins tonight wins the series. It's a huge game, the pivotal 5th game with a 2-2 split. Thunder, as a 9.5-point favorite, should win. But the question on this show, will they cover? And I don't feel excited to lay 9.5. I don't really love a lot in this game. I'll probably play some Halliburton stuff. And then, of course, I will make my recalculations after we hear where the room is, because the room is very important. You got to know where the room's at before you get down.
I can imagine. I'm just waiting for after Caruso has a 20-point game. I think the room is going to be all over Caruso's over. So that doesn't make me feel all that great. But we'll wait and see. We'll give you those a little bit later in the show. We'll also talk more in depth on this, Sam. But Kevin Durant, it sounds like he's going to be moved and moved very quickly. His odds for next team, Minnesota Timberwolves +160. They're the favorite. Miami Heat 240. Rockets +350. And then the Spurs 4-1. And based on reports, it sounds like Durant wants to go to either the Spurs, Rockets, or Heat. Those are his preferred destinations. Now, will he land there? Suns are going to do what's best for them, where they have said, we're not necessarily only going to send you to one of your preferred. Where do you think he lands?
I have no idea. He's been with 4 teams already, and his next team is probably not his last team if he wants to hang on and play for a few more years. I mean, he's 36 right now. Does that make him feel old? Kevin Durant is 36 years old. I remember when he just came into the league out of Texas in 2007. Crazy to think that he's already on the wrong side of 35. But the books clearly are guessing too. I mean, to have 4 teams at 4-1 or less, can you imagine him playing with Durant, and Ant on the same team. Whew, that'd be something. Miami, I don't know.
Why do you want to go to Miami? I don't think Miami's winning the title anytime soon.
No taxes in Florida.
Oh, well, that is a positive.
No state taxes in Florida. San Antonio would be something too. Wemby.
Him and Wemby would be cool.
Durant. Good grief.
That would be. If he goes to the Spurs, I think the Spurs championship window opens just a crack. Not all the way, but they have pieces that they could build around and become a real-time contender. All right, coming up next here on Bet Sweats, the case of the Mondays. We will let you know how we're feeling. That's next. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
20 minutes from now, our good friend Noops, Alex Christensen, joins us to talk the NBA Finals. We'll also get his thoughts on Giannis, Durant, some next teams, maybe NBA draft as well. Caitlin Clark also had a massive return coming back to play after that hamstring injury. Put up 32 points. Nothing new for her. We'll discuss that as the show goes on. Stanley Cup final as well. But for now, we got to air our grievances from the weekend. Sam, this is a case of the Mondays.
I found this on my desk this morning. Trevor Story on the good old notepad. I went to the game, as I told you. And in the bottom of the 8th inning, Trevor Story hit a ball to the warning track. And they say baseball is a game of inches. I don't know if it was 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch. But if he hits that ball at a different point or a slightly different angle, it's on top of the monster. And Kate Constable is victory lapping what would have been a Trevor Story grand slam in the bottom of the 8th.
That would have been a grand slam, too?
Bases were loaded. He flies out to the wall. And then at the top of the 9th, Aaron Judge hit a ball that hasn't landed yet out of the stadium to tie the game 1-1. I went, my buddy Tommy and I were there. We stayed till the very end. Crochet was throwing 100 miles an hour in the 9th. It was awesome theater. I mean, what's better than that? Red Sox best pitcher, Yankees best hitter, 1-0 game. Crochet's trying to go complete game, shutout. And Judge hit a 2-strike fastball at about 99-100. He hit it out of the stadium. And it was unbelievable. The only reason we stayed, though, is because Story didn't hit the grand slam. If it's 5-0 Red Sox going into the 9th, we're going to leave because the game's over. But we ended up staying and certainly got our money's worth. He just missed it. And those that weren't here with us at the end of last week, Kate went to the Cub game against Pittsburgh on Thursday, and she was looking for a bet. And I said, hey, take Suzuki over 1.5 total bases. He hit a solo homer. So then Kate came out of the chute and said, Story's going to go yard. And, I mean, he went as far as he possibly could without hitting the wall. The guy, left fielder, caught the ball right on the track with his back basically against the green monster. So you had it. It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, you said what's better than Crochet late in the game, close game between Yankees and Red Sox. Trevor Story actually hitting it out of the park. That would have been better. And I would have been victory lapping again this morning. I mean, I can't, 2 games, 2 home run hitters back to back. If I called both of those, Sam, you wouldn't hear the end of it from me, solely because that's probably when it would end in terms of my home run streak. So I would, of course, have to victory lap a little bit, but that was close. Very, very close.
So we get back Friday, and it's game 4 of the finals. And I've always thought that during a huge event, Super Bowl, National Championship, World Series, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup playoffs, a big golf major, X is still the place to be because there's A+ commentary, but then there's A+ humor in a lot of times. And I don't know that this was A+ humor, but it was close. And you know what I'm talking about. It's Stephen A. playing solitaire during the finals. Look, am I as upset as some people were? Not really. But this guy gets so much money to analyze and watch. I mean, it's the finals. You got a handful of games left. And it's a tight one. If Indiana wins game 4, they probably win the series because I don't know that OKC is going to win 3 in a row. And it's tight and it's close. And he's hand down, face down, playing solitaire during game 4 of the finals. And I'm just thinking, if that were me, how much trouble would I be in? Yeah. If Mitch and Andrew sent me to an event and I was playing Candy Crush or doing whatever I shouldn't be doing on my phone during the event that I'm supposed to be at. And I understand multitasking. You know, you can be on your phone, but I feel like this is something that happens a lot with Stephen A. He didn't even know Jalen Williams' name in the last round of the playoffs. He said the wrong name. He didn't call him Jalen. He called him something else. The details are not always the best. The T's aren't always crossed. The I's aren't always dotted. And maybe that's because he has so many jobs and he's on the air all the time. Maybe it's because he's playing solitaire during the finals. I don't know. I wasn't that upset. A lot of people were. And then the people that were upset were getting more people upset because they were saying, oh, you can't appreciate a good multitask. I don't know. If I'm Stephen A. Smith and I make that much money and I have this many responsibilities, I'm probably not going to get caught on my phone playing solitaire during the finals. But that's just me.
Multitasking in the finals is fine. Multitasking in the finals is tweeting out what's going on in the game or things that you're seeing or texting your producer if you have to send text messages during the game. You're not talking to your friend Bobby down the street in the middle of an NBA finals game on like how he's been lately. Like those are just things you don't do. You don't play solitaire during an NBA. It was a really good game too. Like it's not like this game was a blowout. I would have understood that a little bit more if the game was a blowout. It was out of reach. We already knew who was going to win, but this was a close game the entire time. Like no one really pulled ahead. It felt like the Pacers were going to win that game, but clearly didn't pull ahead far enough to alleviate or not allow the Thunder to come back. So I think it's a bad look for ESPN to have him do that. I'm with you. Like, I don't really care. I'm not losing sleep over it, but Jake just said it here. He immediately tried to say it was a timeout and that's why he was playing solitaire. He only plays during timeouts. Even then, timeouts are when you get a lot of information. You see how coaches are approaching their timeouts, how players are responding to that. You know, everything that's going on, all the intangibles are what you see during those times. So I thought it was a bad luck one for ESPN. I mean, very bad luck for Stephen A. But what's going to happen? Nothing. He's going to blow it off. Nothing will happen. He'll continue all of his 75 different roles, get paid $100 million, and we'll all move on. He's probably one of the only people that happens for. If anyone else is caught doing that, you probably get a little bit more of a slap on the wrist or even higher if you're caught playing solitaire during the finals.
Just own up to it. Have some accountability. That's sort of the last thing I was going to say about it. They caught him playing solitaire. He's being paid millions and millions of dollars to cover this finals game, essentially. I mean, like, his contract is that much, but it's part of his contract to cover the finals. And then he says, oh, no, it didn't really happen. And then he he gets caught and then lies about it. And then there's no ramifications. So I thought that was silly. Very, very silly. Again, not something that I'm upset about. It didn't ruin my day or my night or my weekend, but it's just wild that can happen. And that there's nothing that anybody will say to him because he's who he is. So I might see maybe during the last hour of the show, I might play solitaire while you're talking every time and just see if I can get away with it.
So I play solitaire quite often, actually. I just realized that the gym, my gym, the treadmills there have solitaire on them. And so when I go to the gym, I typically lift weights, but I'll warm up and just like start walking for 10 minutes on the treadmill just to get my body moving a little bit. And I've been playing solitaire during it. I'm obviously not running and playing solitaire, and it's solely just a little bit of a warm up. But I mean, I guess I'm kind of a Stephen A too. He plays solitaire. I play solitaire while I'm on the treadmill. I've actually gotten pretty good at it. Although it does piss me off when like the game doesn't allow you to win. Like you've lost from the start. One move and you make the wrong move and then the game's just over. So sometimes I have to play 2, 3, 4 rounds of solitaire, and I always make sure I win before I get off the treadmill. So sometimes my warm up is much longer than I had anticipated it being.
I respect it. I understand it. I was wondering, this is not really case of the Mondays. In fact, it actually made my weekend better. Have you been following those 3 guys that fade Angel Reese first shot every game?
Yes. Phenomenal.
It has taken on a life of its own. And it was even more entertaining over the weekend because usually it's Angel Reese going for a layup or getting her shot blocked into the third row. That's usually how the bet ends. Not this weekend. So the three guys that bet Angel Reese to miss her first shot were rewarded with Angel Reese stepping into a three-pointer.
Oh, gosh. I can't
Her
imagine
first
she made
shot.
that one.
No, it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. And they're doing it now where they add the Titanic music under it.
Oh,
so
gosh.
She's coming down the court. It was a pick and roll three. So Angel resets the screen. The guard dives into the free throw line area and then drops it back off. And the Titanic whistling is picking up. And then she throws this horrible shot toward the rim. And then, Celine Dion does her thing. I get sent that 15 times, if not more. People just send it to me now. Because Joe and I have talked a lot about, Angel Reese and the bet. Joe brought it up first a couple of weeks ago. And now I got my friends sending it to me. My brother sent it to me. Everybody is following. And these videos do insane hits. So if you're having a bad weekend and you have a case of the Mondays, just go watch Angel Reese missing her first shot. And I think you'll
What's
be
the
in a better
line
mood.
for
It's
that?
very funny.
Like, what's the price you're having to pay? Because six games in, she missed her first shot 4 of the first 6 games.
It's not as expensive as you would think. It's about minus. I think the last one was minus 180, minus 190. You'd think, given the situation, it'd be minus 300.
The situation. You mean just how terrible she is at finishing around the rim or hitting threes? That's the situation.
It's very, very funny. The content is very good.
It is good. Those guys are hilarious. Noop's also a little bit hilarious. He's coming up on the other side. We'll talk to him about all things NBA. That's next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Alexander hits a break. Clutch bomb from SGA. Alexander on the drive, pulls back. Baseline jumper's good. OKC with their first lead of the second half.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here on Bet Sweats. Joe O will be back with Sammy tomorrow. But for now, you get me for another day. And we've got to talk a lot of NBA Finals. We have Game 5 tonight. You just heard that audio from, of SGA being dominant at points throughout the season. Will he do that again this evening? To dive deeper into the game, we now bring in Noops, Alex Christensen, our good friend. Noops, thanks for taking the time to join us today. We have Game 5 of the finals tonight. OKC laying 9.5 at home. Just initial thoughts going into this finals game on some of these numbers.
It's been an incredible series, really back and forth. And I continue to believe that the Thunder are the better team. I go back and look at these games. The Pacers win in Game 3 was really impressive, but you go back to Game 1, just kind of everything bounced their way and they still just barely win there. The Thunder win Game 2 pretty convincingly. You look at this Game 4, it really feels again like the Pacers sort of let one go here, but the Thunder were the better team. I mean, this is what they were designed to do. It's incredible to see a team in this day and age in the NBA make, only 4 3-pointers for the entire game. The Pacers had a 21-point advantage from beyond the arc. I mean, just incredible to see that you can still win that game. So, again, overall, I think now that the Thunder have tightened up their rotation a little bit, we're seeing a lot less Aaron Wiggins, less Kayson Wallace, more Alex Caruso. Chet Holmgren's being stretched out a little bit. Hartenstein's kind of down to bit minutes. They're just really formidable. So being at home, I think they've deserved to be favorites at this big the whole way through. And the way I've been betting the series is basically, and I've been telling everybody each game, if you like the Pacers, just play the money line. If you like the Thunder, lay the spread, maybe look at some alt numbers here, because that's kind of how these things have gone. When the Thunder win, they generally are pretty comfortable wins. They're covering the number. One of the things I love from our friends over here at BetMGM, you've got a lot of options here in terms of alt spreads you can lay. So if you like the Thunder, 9.5 perfectly fine. Play some 14.5, something like that. The 14.5 I'm looking at right now, plus 170. I think that's the way to go. But at the same time, if you like the Pacers, look at another alt spread. You get the Pacers plus 3.5, plus 225. I think that's a really nice way of playing this game. So I'm a little straddled as far as the full game stuff goes. Looking towards maybe an under. Might wait for the second half for that in terms of this game here. But lean Thunder, lean under.
Series price has been very nice. If you've bought the dip on the Thunder, you were able to get them minus 200 to win the series going into Game 4, and now we're minus 500. I don't know that there's a bet to make right now. I mean, if you like the Pacers, you could strike if you think they're going to win tonight at plus 375, plus 377 at Chris. I have no interest, 390 bet online. So the numbers are there if you're willing to strike. I have no interest, Noops. And I wasn't phased after the Thunder lost Game 1 or Game 3. I wouldn't bet Indiana to win this series with your money, buddy. I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
No, I'm kind of with you here. And I think, again, there's just better ways to do this, right? If you want to bet this series, bet this game. Look at the Thunder. The Thunder money line tonight, again, from our friends over at MGM, minus 450. That's better than the price you're going to get them to win in the series. If they don't win this game, they're not winning the series, folks. It's effectively tied there. And at the same time, if you want to jump on the Pacers, if they lose this game, not that they can't win, but I don't think they're beating the Thunder twice in a row. That seems really tough to me. So play the Pacers tonight, plus 340. Again, you're kind of in that same range. So I know that a lot of people like looking at some of those markets and they get focused in on them. Just trying to think more dynamically. There are better ways to attack this stuff.
Noops, you ran through a couple of the players that are losing time. SGA is not one of those. His prop tonight, 34.5. It's pretty much where it's been for a lot of this series. Too high? Right where it should be? Play the over? What are we thinking?
Yeah, I think it's a really, really strong number. And I know that's not maybe the answer everybody wanted to hear, but when you look at these star players over these long seasons, these are the guys that are being bet every game. These numbers are pretty sharp. What I've been doing from a player prop perspective, and I continue to find that things are a little bit slow here, is I'm betting Pacers to make threes. It's every single game. You see a lot of attempts for these Pacers players. It's just something the Thunder do defensively. They are more focused on stopping guys from being in the paint. They're letting people shoot threes. And there are three guys in particular that have been really profitable just playing their over threes every game. We'll start with Andrew Nembhard. I'm looking at him to make 2+ threes here, again, from our friends over at MGM, plus 135. I love that. I've been playing that all series. I think it's either 2-2 or 3-1 at a nice plus number. Going to play that again tonight. Aaron Naismith. Now, this one's been a little bit tougher because he can't stay on the floor. But if he's not going to foul out of the game, I'm seeing 3+ made threes for Aaron Naismith, plus 185. Again, I think that's 1-3 or 2-2. So you're either at a nice profit or just basically close to even, given the plus money there. And Ben Shepherd to make a three. I'm seeing that at minus 105. Has made a three in 3 out of the 4 games of the series. Continues to find 14, 15 minutes per game and has put them up. So instead of looking at the stars, I know everyone's excited about SGA. I'm sure he's going to score 30 plus. I'm not sure about 35. What I do like is these nice plus numbers on these Pacers guys to make them threes. They did it in the first 2 games in Oklahoma City. I think they could do it again tonight. So Naismith 3+, plus 185, Nembhard 2+, plus 135, and Ben Shepherd 1+, minus 105.
We've seen every Stanley Cup final game go over, and we've seen 3 of the 4 NBA Finals games go under. Now, you can't make the adjustment in hockey like they do in basketball, right? I mean, you could drop a total 5-6 points in basketball, but hockey, you just keep it the same. You keep it 6.5. My question to you, game 1 total was about 230. Game 5 total, I'm seeing 224 on the low end. BetMGM is coming down as we speak off 224.5. Have they over adjusted on the total? Is it too low?
I don't think so. This is something we see every year in the finals and in playoff series in general. The deeper you get into the series, the lower the scoring is. This used to be a nice angle for bettors. The books have finally started to balance that out. It gets really extreme. You know, if we do get to a game 7 in this series, we're looking at 224.5 right now. I bet we see something like 216, 217, something in that range. So it kind of makes sense in that. And again, you look historically, the games tend to slow down a bit. I don't know if it's a fatigue thing. I don't know if it's the defenses continue to get better because there's adjustments and so on and so forth. But it does kind of make sense to me. And I think especially being in Oklahoma City, that helps the Thunder, because I do think there's a lot of correlation here. I think it's Pacers and overs, Thunders and unders. The way that Oklahoma City wants to control these games, I think is a better game state for an under. Whereas the Pacers, if they're playing well, things are fast. The ball is moving. It's a little bit better for an over. So I've been taking the totals. And again, if I like the Thunder, I'm putting them with the under. If I like the Pacers, I'm putting them with the over.
All right, so who are you liking tonight? Thunder? You laying alt lines on the Thunder?
I think it is. I really do. And it's one of those situations where I don't feel great laying 9.5. I don't. It's, mentally, again, from a qualitative perspective, if you will, laying 9.5 against a Pacers team that just never quits. They just keep coming and coming and coming. Sounds tough, but I think Oklahoma City is much better. I think we saw some adjustments to them defensively in the last game that really made things tough for the Pacers. I mean, after scoring like 60 plus points in that first half, the Pacers went under their team total for the game. It was really an interesting dynamic, and it's only going to get better for them at home. So I think the crowd's going to be great. I think the Thunder lock them down. Thunder minus 9.5, maybe some Pacers team total under 107.5. I think that's the way to go.
Anything else that we didn't cover that you'd like to cover on the finals? I know we're going to ask you about Durant and a couple other league-wide topics, but is there anything else that you'd like to get off your chest about Game 5?
Well, I was thinking about it, and I should have probably mentioned it for the last question. Not only do I like the Thunder full game, I'm betting the Thunder first quarter and first half. They've been fantastic starting these games. They're only laying 3.5 points in the first quarter, 5.5 in the first half. The Pacers have been really slow starting, so I'm glad that you asked that, Sam, and I'm sorry that I didn't bring it up before, but that's how you really should be betting this game. Give me Thunder early, first quarter, first half. Again, especially on the road in the postseason, the Pacers have really struggled. The Thunder have started these games well. It's all about closing for them. So I like the Thunder full game, but bet the Thunder early.
We're talking with Noops. You can find him BetUS NBA show. Still? Is that still going on, Alex?
It is, Kate. We were able to somehow survive without you here, and we've been doing pretty good. I think I'm like 40 games over 500 for the season.
That is pretty good. Alex and I hosted that show together a couple years ago, so fun to have him on this show now. Alex, talking about other topics in the NBA, which is why I call you Alex. I called you Alex on that show. I still can't get Noops. Just
it's okay.
I
have a real name.
With it. You understand. Kevin Durant, his next team, Minnesota Timberwolves are the favorite, plus 160. Heat, Rockets, Spurs. KD has said that his preferred destination is Miami, Houston, or San Antonio. Where's he going?
It's really tough because this is a situation where we have to divorce what we think makes sense versus what NBA teams want to do. I mean, from a logic perspective, I don't understand if you're Minnesota why you want Kevin Durant. I continue to look at that team. I think the problem was just a lack of point guard, no one who can bring the ball up, initiate offense. Kevin Durant's not going to be that guy. And you look at the way those trades have to work, given the second apron, there's probably Gobert involved in there. It just becomes really tough. You know, you go from a team that was, I think, maybe a point guard away from being one of the really best teams in the league last year to having no center, no point guard, an aging star. I don't know if that quite makes a lot of sense. The Houston Rockets, I think, are the perfect location. He'd fit well on the Spurs, but I don't think they need to do that. The Spurs can kind of save their powder, if you will, for another trade down the road. Let this thing kind of really grow here. Him saying he wants to go to Miami is kind of mind-boggling to me. I don't know what that does. I mean, I guess he gets to the Eastern Conference where things are easier, but I just don't know, depending on how that trade would look, why Miami would be so much better, why he'd want to go there. So, and I know Minnesota wanted him. They made a couple offers for him before the trade deadline last year. I know Minnesota has interest. It doesn't make sense to me from a basketball perspective. I think it's going to be the Houston Rockets, but I'm starting to feel like this might be maybe a Jimmy Butler situation where it just starts to take a little bit longer. I don't know if we're going to get into the season without Kevin Durant being traded, but everyone seemed to think it's really imminent, and I wonder if this is just going to keep grinding out as teams are sort of like, well, not that many people are interested. Do I really need somebody on an expiring contract who's, in his 18th, 19th year in the league? This is really kind of a tough situation. So I'll guess that he goes to Houston, but I think anything's possible, and we're going to maybe be waiting a little longer than we thought.
I just wonder if there's still that appetite from the respected money to bet wherever he goes next to win a conference, win a title. Obviously, he goes to Golden State. They had already won titles, and then you add Durant, and it's let's bet it because it's probably going to happen, and he wins 2 with the Warriors. But we saw that when he went to Brooklyn and they tried to do another big 3 in Brooklyn, and people were betting the Nets hand over fist. Then they move him to Phoenix, and there's an appetite to bet Phoenix to do big things and go over the win total and win the conference and win a championship. I don't think that's how people feel anymore. I think they've been burned enough by betting this new Durant team, and it really hasn't worked out, Noob, since 2018, where his team has been a legit title contender.
Exactly. He's in a different phase of his career. I don't think that if he goes to Houston, I think you will see people bet the Houston Rockets a little bit. That'll move the number a touch. The Miami Heat, I just don't know what that package looks like. Minnesota, I don't think that's going to drive a lot of excitement. But overall, I've said this, for years and years and years. People get really excited when you put together these big teams and these super teams and all these guys get together. If you go and look through history, they don't really do well the first year. I mean, the Miami Heat, the first year of the Heatles, they did make the NBA Finals. But you go back and look, every other team, it's just it's really tough to get someone in winning these basketball games. And you look at it in these finals, this Thunder team has played together for years. This Pacers team has played together for years. You have to coalesce. You've got to gel. You've got to figure out how to play together. So I agree with you, Sam. There probably will be some unwarranted money on whoever acquires Durant. I'll be curious to see. Again, if it's Houston, and I'm a little more excited about that. I think that's a better fit. But I don't think, Sam, that Kevin Durant's going to move the needle for me from a handicapping perspective in a huge way for whatever team he ends up on.
Noops, we got about a minute and a half left. Giannis is the other big name that we're waiting for the shoe to drop on. Milwaukee Bucks minus 500 to be the team that Giannis plays for next year. Knicks, Raptors, Spurs, the following three. Is Giannis being moved at all?
I think if he's going to be moved, it's going to be next season. Given his contract situation, the fact that the Bucks have control, there's still a little uncertainty about Dame Lillard. Now, I don't think Lillard's going to be back next season, but the Bucks have some time here, and Giannis is a guy where I think a lot of people are reading the tea leaves a little bit too aggressively in terms of, he said, well, yeah, I'd be open to doing some stuff. He loves being in Milwaukee. He really enjoys that city and I think feels connected to it. So if he's going to be traded, I think it's going to take a month or two of, wow, this is bad. It's just me and these guys. Like, it's me and AJ Johnson and AJ Green against the world. Like, that's not a lot of fun. And then things, maybe start to move a little bit. But for now, I think it does make sense that he'll be a Milwaukee Buck game one. I do hope at some point they sort of move him during the season, simply because there's still a couple years left of like close to peak Giannis, of him being one of the 3 to 5 best players in the NBA. And I just don't see any future in Milwaukee in terms of them being able to turn this thing around in a year or two. So if he does get traded, I think it'll be closer to the deadline this season. And I hope that happens so we can see him play on a winner again.
I mean, Kyle Kuzma doesn't move the needle for you on the Bucks? Him next to Giannis? Yeah.
No.
Not happening. Not happening. Noops, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Enjoy watching Game 5 tonight, and we will talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys, so much. Best of luck until we talk again.
You as well. Coming up on the other side, big return for Caitlin Clark over the weekend, and she had a massive game in that return. We will break down that coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
from Cunningham. Clark, another long three. She's back.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Caitlin Clark returned to the lineup on Saturday after missing a handful of games for a hamstring injury, and she did not waste any time getting back into the swing of things. Sam, 32 points, just chucking bombs from the logo. She had 9 points in 38 seconds, all logo threes. For the crowd who says Caitlin Clark is not the reason that the WNBA is popular now, I'm sorry, you got to check yourself, because Caitlin Clark is the reason the WNBA is improving, or I should say growing in the way that it is.
And guess what else happened after Caitlin Clark had that performance? The price on the Fever to win the title went back down.
Yep.
It only took
MVP.
one explosion. 32 points, 8 boards, 9 assists, 7 3-pointers. She was not entirely efficient, but she doesn't have to be. If she's making shots like that, it opens up the floor for everybody else. So I'm not going to sit here on Bet Sweats and say, oh, she missed 9 shots and 7 threes. Shut up. She made 32 points. I'm looking, lowest price I see right now is $325 to win the title. BetMGM has $475. So not to be that guy who sits here and tells you to keep betting the Fever, but if you don't already have some, I assure you this price is not going to last if she stays healthy. And we have seen her now play in 5 games. Early in the season, first game against the Sky, 20, 10, and 10. Incredible game. 27 points in the second game, 18 in the third, or 11 in the third, 18 in the fourth, and then 32 last night. When they finally find rhythm, assuming they will, this team is going to be just fine. And her presence on the court cannot be replaced when she's not there. I don't care who you throw out there or what you try and do, you can't replace her. So you look at the MGM outright market, the Liberty, who just got their first loss, by the way, of the season due to Indiana. Liberty plus 110, Lynx plus 260, Fever 475, Aces 650. Then everybody else, and that's where I would draw my personal line in the sand, right under Las Vegas. Not betting Mercury, Storm, Dream, just not happening. This is a top-heavy league with top-heavy talent, and it's going to be one of those 4 teams. You have to figure out which one you like the most. Some people still like the Liberty more. That's fine. I'm not betting a team at plus 110 to win a title. 475, when there's a 325 and a 350 out there, is probably the move I would make if you haven't done anything yet. And I will say that knowing full well that they're probably going to get hot, make a run. She stays on the court. And then all of a sudden, everybody else is going to have 4-1 or 375 or 350. It's a matter of time. And guess what? They're right back on the court tomorrow. 15.5-point favorites at home against Connecticut. She's back.
Yeah, that's a steep price, even with Connecticut being as bad as they are. I still wouldn't bet against the Fever in that game tomorrow. You mentioned the Liberty. They are plus 115 to win the title. The Liberty so far this season, second best point differential in WNBA history for a team through its first 10 games. They've won half of their games by at least 19 points, but they've also had the easiest schedule in the league. So that's something to take into account as they start playing better teams, better competition, like they did against the Fever. Already dropped that one. Maybe this number on the Liberty doesn't quite stay where it's at, especially if the Fever continue to win games. Caitlin Clark for MVP. Sam, you said it last week. If you like Clark for MVP, even before she returned, even before we knew she was going to return, I believe it was at 4-1, 5-1, somewhere around there. We're back down to plus 275. And she's the second favorite behind Nafisa Collier. And it's those two and then everyone else, basically.
I don't think there's a bet to be made after those two. I had mentioned Asia Wilson potentially, and then she got dinged up, and her number has jumped to 40-1 to win the MVP. So they're willing to give you anybody you want. Asia, Stewie, Sabrina, Kelsey Plum. They're just giving it away, knowing full well that it's It's at this point, barring injury, going to be Collier or Clark. I wanted to throw this out here. The best ATS team in the WNBA is not New York. It's not Minnesota. It's definitely not Indiana. The best ATS team through 11 games is Atlanta, 8-3. So they're 8-3 straight up, but they're also 8-3. Oh, I didn't want to put you on the spot, Kate. It's Monday, you know. But they are the team that's delivering for the better. 8-3.
They're also
8-3 ATS.
delivering
That'll make you some money.
quite a bit on the floor. If you want to bet for Tuesday, something that I will be on is the Atlanta Dream to cover the spread against the Liberty. They're 8.5-point favorites. Yes, they're on the road. Yes, the Liberty are off a loss, but Atlanta has been really good. And even though we just talked about team futures and championship, and we wouldn't bet anyone below, where the Aces are, those top 4 teams are probably the ones that are going to be standing at the end. The Atlanta Dream at 35-1, I think, is worth a look, or at least a consideration, because their roster turned around or added pieces this year where it's different, and they really have not taken a whole lot of time to get to gel together. I know they lost their first game of the season. I believe they might have lost their second, but since then it's been smooth sailing. And I think that's a team that the market has not quite caught up to with how good their roster is, or how good that the performances that they've put on the floor, despite being the best ATS team and winning a ton. I feel like they're still getting disrespected somewhat in the market.
That's understandable, given the power rating of the other heavy hitting teams. That's just the way it's going to go. But, you might get Atlanta. We got a 40-game regular season. We're only a quarter of the way in. So if they're not going to get the respect at the window, you're going to get it on a day-to-day basis. And let's turn the page to tomorrow, where it's New York at home against Atlanta. Now, understand that the Liberty are off a loss, and a lot of people like to play teams off a loss, especially in this league. But you can take Atlanta, and you can get 8.5 right now. And I see a couple books offshore already crawling down to 8. So there's been an initial apple bite on Atlanta, taking that big number, going on the road to New York. I'm not saying let's fire the cannons on Atlanta, but you got a team that's 8-3, not only straight up but ATS, that's playing pretty solid defense, that's won 3 straight. I would take the points and be willing to mess around and find out. That total has gone up 2 points at Pinnacle too, 163 to 165. So some support for the offense on both sides, but 8.5. I mean, given what we just discussed, feels a little steep to give Atlanta. But I defer to you on betting the Dream tomorrow. 8.5. Are we in or are we out?
We're in. We're in on the Dream. I mentioned earlier the Liberty. They've had the easiest schedule in the NBA. So once they start NBA in the WNBA, once they start playing some of these better teams, I think that doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily lose or their, record's going to drop significantly. But I think these games are going to start to get tighter. So 8.5 points, having to win by 9 against I'm going to go ahead and say the Dream are a very good team. They're one of my top 5 teams, top 4 teams in the league right now. I know the Aces are priced better than them to win the title. The Aces are garbage right now. They have a lot to figure out. They can't win games. Asia Wilson is out. She had a concussion. I don't know how much longer she'll be out. She's already sat 2 games, but the Aces are 5-5 on the year, and they look like one of the, just a kind of a middle team in the W. They don't look like a team that won back-to-back titles. So Aces against the Lynx on Tuesday as well. I would look to continue to fade the Aces. 8.5. That's kind of a lot, but the Lynx are one of the top teams, if not the top team. Well, Liberty, point differential wise is the top team, but you could make a case that Minnesota is very good as well. So I would look to play Minnesota as well, minus 8.5, and then take the 8.5 with the Dream on Tuesday. Sam, we also have the Chicago Sky in the mix on Tuesday. They host the Mystics. Sky are 2.5-point underdogs, but Angel Reese coming off a triple-double over the weekend.
Oh, is that the main story with Angel Reese? I guess we should give her credit. A triple-double is a triple-double. I mean, that poor woman gets more flack than any player in the league. And I do I do feel for her sometimes. To have a triple-double, they get a win. She deserves her flowers for that one. Sky 3-7, 4-6 ATS. Getting 3.5 at home, down to 3. I don't think Washington's anything special.
No.
I mean, Washington's, they're okay, bordering on meh. Should Washington be laying 3.5 on the road? I don't think so.
Washington just got blasted by the Dream as well, 98-56. That kind of goes to show against top teams, Mystics aren't all that great. So I put them in the same category as the Sky. Yeah, I'm not sure they should be laying 3.5, but I also don't feel confident in the Sky team right now that I don't want to bet the Sky to have to cover this game. That's just off the board completely for me. Unless the Sky are going up against a top team, I think that they can somewhat hang around with these teams that are similar to them, but I have no interest in betting them. In terms of Angel Reese, I think like it's time that people understand that she's a good player. She's a solid player. She's not a superstar. And we've built her, the media has built her into being this superstar because she came in to the league with Caitlin Clark. She won a ton in college. She beat Clark in college. They had that rivalry. So they've kind of been pinned against each other. Caitlin Clark is a superstar. Angel Reese is a solid player. She's not going to give you a triple-double most nights. Most nights, she might not even give you double-digit scoring or rebounds. All the off-court stuff that she does helps build her brand. So her brand is massive, but that includes some of the, fashion stuff that she does and her podcast that she does. I don't think that she is a elite player in this league. I think she's a very good player. And we should probably start realizing that and like setting our expectations for that for her career going forward.
Yeah, there was a comparison before the year. People were trying to say Clark and Reese were on the same plane. And if you don't know by now that they're not, I don't know what to tell you. Just to give you an idea, MVP price, Clark plus 250 at BetMGM. Angel Reese is 250 to 1. So you have to add some zeros there just to give you an idea of how far off they are from a price standpoint. And then the Chicago Sky are a rebuilding basketball team.
Yeah.
They're 200 to 1 right now to win the title. I do laugh that you already through 10 games, you have 3 teams that are 200 to 1, a team at 300 to 1, and then the Sun are 500 to 1 already after 10 games, give or take, in the WNBA. So that much is pretty funny. The Connecticut Sun 2-8, Dallas 1-11 right now, 1-11 this season, and they're only 200 to 1. Dallas has just been really bad, and 0-5 ATS on their home court, Dallas. So it's a very interesting league in terms of how, the rich get richer and the bad teams really can't overcome all the adversity and all the roadblocks. Here's an example of the finals market. You can bet this at BetMGM. Name the finalists. Lynx and Liberty, plus 175. Fever and Liberty, 325. Aces and Liberty, 375. So basically take the Liberty and pick whichever team you think they're going to play, and that's what BetMGM is saying. You can have Minnesota, you can have Vegas, you can have Indiana to likely play the Liberty. That's where we're at after 10 games in the WNBA.
After a fourth of the season. Yeah. The Liberty, numbers-wise, they won the title last year. Numbers-wise this year, they're already significantly better than they were last year. You mentioned the Dallas Wings, Sam. The only thing that they have going for them right now is Paige Beckers, who is the favorite for Rookie of the Year. She's minus 900. Kiki Irefin, plus 750. She plays for the Mystics. You could have made a case for her a little early on in the season, but at this point, I feel like as long as Beckers stays on the floor, she's going to run away with it. So betting into Rookie of the Year right now, not something I would recommend.
I had somebody tell me that I should bet Haley Van Lith before the season.
Absolutely
and I didn't,
not.
I didn't
She's
do it.
Playing.
I didn't do it, and I'm looking at her price right now, and it's 150 to 1. So not going to win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, she's coming off the bench for the Sky, and she's getting a couple minutes at most. And that's even with the Sky's veteran point guard out for the season. And that hasn't changed a whole lot. So, stay away from Haley Van Lith for Rookie of the Year. That's probably a smart thing to do. All right, coming up on the other side, we've got to talk Stanley Cup final. We have Game 6 in Florida, with Florida leading the series right now. Can they close it out on their home ice? We will discuss that next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Sam Panayotovich, Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats. Joe O will be back with you tomorrow. Stanley Cup Final, Game 6 is also tomorrow. We had, obviously, Game 5 over the weekend, and the Panthers take a 3-2 series lead over the Oilers. They win in Edmonton, and now the series goes back to Florida. Sam, it feels like Florida's been the better team throughout the series, despite it being tied going into Game 5. But with Florida going back to their home ice, one game left to repeat as Stanley Cup champions, it feels like this series is pretty much over. Is that how you view it as well?
I don't want to count Edmonton out with McDavid and Draisaitl, but I don't like their chances to win 2 in a row against this Florida team. I mean, it's not impossible to act like that is crazy in hockey, where we've seen already Edmonton erase a 3-0 lead in a game and go on to win that game. Florida, though, is the better team. I think you and I have thought that all along. And Florida opened $1.40 in tomorrow's sixth game, 3-2 lead Florida. And $1.40 out to $1.49. I see $1.50, $1.52. So some support for sure for Florida to finish this off at home and hoist Lord Stanley. I wonder if that were to happen, who they would hand the cup to first. That's always a very fascinating conversation, because the captain gets it first, and then who does the captain give it to? But before we get ahead of ourselves and say that Florida's going to win, I think we should look at the stat leaders for the postseason, because Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid both have 33 points apiece. They are co-leaders in the postseason point market. Draisaitl 33, McDavid 33. Sam Bennett has 22. But Sam Bennett is favored to win the Conn Smythe. He's minus 220 right now. Well, why? I wonder why. Sam Bennett has 15 goals in the postseason. So Draisaitl, McDavid, plenty of apples, plenty of helpers, whatever you want to call them, assists, if you will. Sam Bennett's been the best goal scorer. Has he scored the most timely goals, though? No, I don't think so. I think it's been Brad Marchand, who has 10 goals to Bennett's 15. What am I getting at? Let's go to the Conn Smythe market. So BetMGM has Bennett minus 220. You got to lay a price now with Sam Bennett. And I have no argument there. I mean, it's really one of 4 guys, which the odds tell us. And we're handicapping the voters, not necessarily any statistical algorithm, because the voters do decide, as we know. Bennett minus 220. Marchand, who was 50-1 coming out of the last series, is now plus 375. And then McDavid and Draisaitl both at plus 750. If Florida wins, it should be one of the first 2. If Edmonton can rattle off 2 straight, it should be McDavid or Draisaitl. But this is one of the most open-ended Conn Smythe markets that I can remember in a long, long time, Kate.
Do you remember back to last year where McDavid stood going into that final game, in which the Oilers lost, but McDavid still won Conn Smythe? Do you recall what those numbers were like?
I don't remember. I mean, I know he had a completely insane statistical postseason. And I mean, he was the best player in the postseason last year for my money. So he's got 33 points this postseason. Last postseason, ... according to Hockey Reference, he had 42 points. So 9 more points than he has this year. He had 8 goals, 34 assists. This year, he's 7-26. So he was performing better statistically in the last postseason. He did play 4 more games, though. That was 25 games last year. This year, 21 games. So, I mean, he's been solid. I think the issue that the voters are going to have is that he hasn't been incredible in this final, I guess, given what he did last year and what he's capable of. But you're really relying on what voters are going to do. And I don't have a vote. I never did. I'm going to guess if Edmonton can win the Stanley Cup final, it's going to go to McDavid, even though Draisaitl has 4 game-winning goals in the playoffs. What's more valuable than that? The guy's won 4 games, right? That's pretty valuable. But it's Connor McDavid, and it's his potential coronation as the best player in hockey, winning the Stanley Cup for the first time. I have a feeling a lot of voters will look away from Draisaitl's numbers and game-winning goals and give it to McDavid. But it's a tall order to beat this Florida team 2 times in a row.
I mean, I think the case for Draisaitl to win it over McDavid is probably stronger. McDavid is the name, right? Like, everyone knows Connor McDavid. He's the best player in the league right now. So that maybe gives him a little bit more of an upper hand. But in terms of impact, especially in this series, Draisaitl's been more impactful. And I know it's a full playoff award, but these are human voters too. And they recall what's most, there's a recency bias to it as well. Sam Bennett over Brad Marchand. I would say Bennett has been the better of the two. That would be my vote if I had one. But again, Marchand impactful when it matters in terms of game-winning goals, overtime goals. He had multiple scoring games. So you could make a fairly great conversation for Brad Marchand as well. I think if the Oilers win this series, in order for McDavid, or at least in my mind, like it just makes sense that Draisaitl has been the better in this series. But if McDavid scores in each of the next 2 games to win or has a game-winning goal, then I think it has to go to McDavid.
If you like Edmonton tonight, you could very easily split a unit on McDavid, Conn Smythe, and Draisaitl, Conn Smythe, because I think we all understand if Game 7 is in Edmonton, Edmonton's going to be favored, or should be, I would think. So then you have a coin flip game, and you're going to see the Bennett price regress and the Marchand price regress. And then McDavid and Draisaitl are both 4-1, maybe. But I don't feel confident in saying it's going to be McDavid or it's going to be Draisaitl. A lot will be determined on what happens today or on Tuesday. And then if you get to Friday, Game 7, if Connor McDavid scores a game-winning goal tonight and has a hat trick in Game 7, he's going to win the Conn Smythe. But I don't know. Right. Is he going to do it? I have no idea what's going to happen in terms of individual performances. I think, though, if you think Edmonton's going to win tonight, and a lot of you listening right now are probably thinking, I kind of like Edmonton at a plus price at plus 130, plus 135, whatever. I think you could bet a little bit on both of them and split it right down the middle. It's not a big bet, but the prices are much bigger than they were given Florida's ascension and Florida's 3-2 lead. But if this goes back to 7-3-3, and the game's in Edmonton, I assure you're not going to see 750 on both McDavid and Draisaitl. One of them is going to have to come down price-wise, if not both.
That game tomorrow, Game 6 in Florida, Sam and Joe, when he's back tomorrow, will likely have the room numbers for you as they preview that game. They'll tell you where the room is at going into Game 6. We got to pivot here, talk a little college baseball. College World Series going on over the weekend. Arizona eliminated, Oregon State eliminated. We have 2 games tonight. Well, actually this afternoon, Arkansas and Murray State. That's at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then UCLA and LSU at 7 p.m. So, Jake, got to bring in our college baseball expert. Right now, LSU is leading the Jello shot at Rocco's. Can they win tonight?
They are,
and lead in
unsurprisingly.
Yeah. All right, give us your breakdown of tonight's game.
Unsurprisingly, LSU leading the Jello shots. Also, they are your favorite by a pretty wide margin to win the College World Series now. I mean, they are plus 120, and Coastal Carolina's the next closest at plus 195. And that's right. LSU and Arkansas was the game of the weekend on Saturday night, and their fans are getting into it and fighting in the bar the night before the game and the day of the game in the parking lot. And then LSU just takes care of business. They win 4-1, and it was never particularly close. And that's kind of just been how they've been this entire tournament. Once they got through the first regional round and they went to an elimination game with Little Rock, ever since then, it's been pretty smooth sailing for LSU. I think this is just right. I do like Murray State on the run line getting the 3 runs against Arkansas a little bit just because you're getting plus money. And yeah, Murray State's probably not going to win the game, but they just continue to keep these games close and cover these numbers. So I'll take the run line with Murray State in the afternoon game. And as somebody holding LSU 12-1 from before the season, I will be essentially having the money line with them tonight against UCLA and the Fighting Cody Deckers. And he's screaming at me that they're going to win it all. Okay. I will take LSU in that one, and we'll see how it shakes out. I do think that Coastal is your next likeliest team. They're your second favorite. They're on the other side of the bracket. They're the most likely to come out of that. They took care of business over the weekend, too. I don't see anybody that's really going to push them here. The biggest contender would have been last night with Oregon State, and that was a pretty easy win for Coastal. They cover the run line. It was never particularly close in that one either. So I think we're headed for LSU Coastal Carolina here in the championship.
Oh, LSU is going to shatter that record too on shots. I saw
Yes,
that they had something like 68,000 a couple years ago. Jello shots.
Yep,
68,000.
there was something with that.
If they go to the final. Goodbye.
It's over.
Goodbye. It's gone.
Yes. So great.
Tonight, the other game tonight, Arkansas Murray State this afternoon, not tonight. Jake, Murray State still the long shot. They have any chance?
I would love to say yes, but they don't. It's just they've hit a wall. Like the run is over. They lost 6-4 against UCLA. They cover the run line, but I think the Magic's run its course here. I think they can cover the run line against Arkansas, but I think we're kissing Murray State goodbye today.
300-1 Murray State to win the whole thing.
That's it.
Probably not going to happen.
Yeah. If we had a Jello shot competition between everyone on this show, who would win?
I think Gertch is a sneaky good answer.
Ooh. Kind of like that.
I'm bowing out. I mean, I'll have one or two, but I know I'm not going to win. I'll say that.
Yeah. I'd have multiple, but I still will not win with the group that we have here. All right, coming up on the other side, we've got today's MLB card plus some news from the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
field. Does it have enough carry? It sure does. Second home run of the night for Shohei Ohtani. An emphatic end to his home run drought.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Got a lot of news in Major League Baseball today, or at least more than the usual. The audio you just heard, Shohei Ohtani hitting bombs. He will be doing a little bit more than that for the hopefully remainder of the season. He'll be pitching today, finally returning to pitch for the first time ever for the Dodgers. Last time he was the starting pitcher, he was with the Angels. Also, Rafael Devers, I don't know if anyone heard, but he was traded to the Giants yesterday. Having a pretty good season, but the Red Sox said, nah, we're tired of some of your shenanigans off the field. Maybe a couple other things coupled into that. But Rafael Devers is a San Francisco Giant right now. So we'll discuss that. But biggest story going into today's games, Sam, Ohtani. He is back. He is pitching today for the Dodgers. Not quite sure what he's going to look like today. He was doing those simulations and apparently felt really good during them. Felt like now is the time to come back. But I would imagine he doesn't pitch very deep into this game. You like the Dodgers have to be cautious with him going forward, or at least out of the gate here in his return.
Cannot burn this guy start number one. And we'll get into his props. I see a strikeout number at 1.5 for Ohtani. So that's interesting. And then we'll get into his hitting props, of course. I also cannot wait to share my Rafi Devers, John Henry thoughts on Nessun Nation, which we're live on for the entire hour. Hello. They are just not happy. The fans are not happy out here, and I understand it. A lot of very, very upset people, but the entire hour in the 11 o'clock hour every day, Monday through Friday on Nessun Nation. As for Ohtani, you're seeing him installed as the favorite, of course. To your point, I don't know how long he's going to go in the game. $1.50 right now at BetMGM, and the total has been bet up 8.5 to 9. So Ohtani and Cease, two very, very good pitchers, but I don't know how one comes away from this with an edge betting on the Dodgers. I mean, do you have any clue what you're going to get? I know that reporters have sort of hinted at, the pitch count and all that, but until we actually see it, it's impossible to know. I mean, if he comes out there and he's got soreness or tenderness, they could yank him right away. So I'm curious, we can maybe even weave in Paul and Jake here. I'm not betting the game. I think it's something you can watch, learn from, understand, see what he's got, and then build off that. But I have no rush to bet on a guy making his first start who's had, a major injury and concern, and now you're just going to throw him back out there into the fire. I thought also, Paul, there was going to be like a simulated start, and then now he's starting tonight out of nowhere. This felt like it was kind of out of left field. Not to piggyback on the Devers trade being out of left field, but I was a little surprised it was happening this quickly.
As at this time yesterday, I thought it was, hey, we've still got at least one more simulated game, and then we'll kind of figure out where it goes from there. I guess maybe there's, again, reading through the article, it sounds like earlier last week, I guess, it was like, all right, yeah, maybe after the All-Star break, and then things just really ramped up this week, and now it's like, all right, today he's pitching. Dave Roberts announced it after the game last night. Like, I don't think they're rushing him in the sense that if he wasn't ready, I just think whether the way they delivered it very much seems rushed, and I guess they've seen enough to see what they got tonight in an opener sort of role. I would say, I haven't seen the juice on it, Sam, but I'd be more inclined to bet the under on the strikeouts. But
minus 135.
I definitely minus 135. Okay, maybe I'm less inclined, but I would not bet the over.
He comes in and just blows the first three guys away, and you're like, oh. Pow, pow, pow. Look, I know what they've said. They've called him an opener, and I love in this story I'm reading right now on ESPN from Alden Gonzalez, who covers the Dodgers. He says, Ohtani, 21 months removed from a second repair of his UCL, is expected to throw only one inning, perhaps two. So we're guessing.
No one
and
knows.
they've said, oh, look, he's not going to go 7 innings tonight. But if he goes out there and throws 6 up, 6 down, is that enough? I would think that's all you need to see. You don't need to extend him into a 3rd inning. But understand that if you're betting the Dodgers and Ohtani tonight at -150, you are not getting anywhere near full steam ahead on Ohtani, the starting pitcher. He's going to hit and hit a lot. His hitting props are all the same. Everything is hunky-dory in terms of that, like his number to homer, 2-1. His hit prop over a half a hit -200. So the hitting numbers are same as it ever was. But the pitching number, I mean, these books are just guessing. They have no idea how long he's going to go. And 2 of them, at least as of right now, are putting up 1.5 juice to the under. How do you bet it? You're not betting here, Kate. You're gambling. You're not betting. You're gambling.
Right. Well, the books are also telling you that they have no idea what's happening because they don't have Shohei, any numbers up for Shohei for pitcher hits allowed or pitcher outs, number of outs, anything like that. Like it's only Cease, at least over at BetMGM right now. So they're not even throwing stuff up for there because they don't know how long he's going to go, right? You can get 3+ strikeouts at 3-1. Like that looks like a good number for Shohei, but he's not going to be in that long. Like that would be probably take him to 3 innings. I mean, assuming he doesn't just blow us out of the water to start, but we don't think he's going to go 3 innings. So I'm not betting this game. Paul, what do you got?
So MVP wise, and just look, I trust what the Dodgers are saying as much as I can, but also I just want to read out the MVP odds because Sam's boy is second, but it's Ohtani -300, PCA +850, Corbin Carroll 13-1, Alonso +2200. Like there's if let's say he has a setback with his elbow, because I believe Sam, you know better than me, they're probably pricing this in as if okay, Ohtani's pitching again, right? So it's a -300. If he has a setback with his elbow and it's all right, let's pump the brakes on the pitching side of things, what does that do to the MVP market?
Well, first off, they already moved his number to win MVP to -650 at MGM. So going into Friday, I saw the 3-1 price, right? The -300, the 1-3 essentially, 3-1 favorite. So they've already doubled the number. They don't appear to be too concerned about a setback. That said, if he does get hurt, I don't know that he's done enough to win the MVP. And there's a very real scenario. We were talking about this Friday on The Score with Harris and Rahimi. They were all excited because PCA is the second favorite. And then I hit them with the price on Ohtani, and they went, oh. It's like, oh, PCA's second favorite. That's great. Maybe no, he won't win barring injury. I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. If he gets hurt, and I knock on wood, I hope this doesn't happen because I love watching him play, and a 2-way threat a la Babe Ruth is insane to watch and root for. But if he comes out today and something catastrophic happens, don't think he's done enough to win the MVP through June 16th. So there's a very real chance. Yeah, go ahead.
Not even catastrophic, just the tightness or hey, you know what? We're going to just call it a day on the pitching for the time being. Like the pitching timeline gets pushed back to, let's say, all right, we're going to revisit after the All-Star break. We're going to revisit after August. And all of a sudden, we don't see Ohtani. And maybe maybe this is a stupid conversation to have in hypotheticals. I was just trying to different angles on Ohtani and how to approach it, as we have no idea what's going to happen tonight. They say he's ready to pitch.
So,
what if it's it is kind of a rehab start, and it's oh, maybe he's not ready to pitch.
I can just give you 2 quick numbers on total WAR. According to Fangraphs, Ohtani has a WAR of 3.8. Pete Crow Armstrong has a WAR of 3.7. So to this point, they are, I don't want to say equals, but as close as Fangraphs WAR can get. They're neck and neck. The problem is that now Ohtani's going to become 2 players in one. And that's why you see this blitz on Ohtani to win the MVP. Minus 650, Kate, BetMGM.
Do you think if Ohtani goes out tonight and he looks good, I mean, we fully expect him not to pitch too many innings, but if he's strong through 1-2 innings, does the number on his MVP, does that drop even more, or have they already adjusted to where they're kind of already implying that he's going to be okay coming back?
I don't know that it budges that much more. This feels like an overmove or protection against any more liability. They didn't want to write any more bets on Ohtani, clearly, at minus 300, minus 350, whatever. So they are sitting in these trading rooms right now, making a grand decision to let's just make it as expensive as we can while making everything else sort of line up in the pool. So now if you want to bet Ohtani, you got to lay 650 to win 100 or 65 to win 10. They're okay with you doing that. There's not a lot of risk on the side of the house there. All the risk is on the player. I think what their big fear would be Ohtani goes down, and then they have to scramble and figure out what to do with PCA and Corbin Carroll and Tatis and all that. But the thing about Ohtani, if it's a pitching related issue, we know he can hit. He doesn't seem to be fazed by the elbow at the plate. It's a throwing thing. So to answer everybody's questions, it doesn't feel like he's going to lose the MVP unless he doesn't step foot on the field at all. And again, we're talking about something that would have to happen completely out of the ordinary. If he doesn't pitch, if they shut the pitching down, fine. You still got to outslug him at the plate. And I don't like anybody's chances to do that the rest of the way. So it feels like he has a stranglehold on this. And then you look at Aaron Judge's price to win the American League MVP, and MGM has him at minus 10,000. So if you thought minus 650 was expensive, nah. Aaron Judge says, hold my beer.
No one's betting into that. Today's slate, not a ton of games. Anything, Sam, stick out to you outside of the Dodgers-Padres that we just talked about?
Is there any interest from anybody here to bet the Red Sox? They are plus 165 at a couple places. I know Devers is gone. He ain't coming back. But, I mean, stranger things have happened. It's one game in Seattle. They could win tonight, even with Giolito on the hill.
Logan Gilbert's also coming the first start off the 15-day IL. Mariners pitchers, for as good as they were last year, and that was their strength coming into the season, they haven't been all that great. And sometimes you get the whole clubhouse rallies around each other when a top player goes out. We get it all the time in the NBA. You get a coach fired bump for the very next game. I don't know if that happens enough in baseball to bet it, but I think it could be worth a look just because there are so many uncertainties for that team in how they're going to look going forward.
The manager is doing his best right now, Alex Cora, to make this an us against the world thing.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not willing to say that I believe in it long term and bet them to win the division or make the playoffs. Or somebody the other day was saying, or not the other day, somebody yesterday tweeted, oh, the Red Sox are going to be just fine and bet them to win the World Series at 50-1. I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm kind of crazy, but I'm not that crazy. It could have been. Sure. Could have been. That happens a lot, though, with her. She does that a lot.
Lucy tweets out that the Red Sox are winning the World Series every day.
They're making cases for buying the dip on Boston, and I'm not willing to do it in the macro. In the micro, though, that first game, that team is going to be in its feelings. Maybe they rally one for Rafi and win tonight. But I'm definitely pumping the brakes on the big picture. I might have to bet Boston, though. Might have to do it.
Do you think the players are glad that he's gone or disappointed? Because wasn't there just a lot of turmoil in terms of him not wanting to play other positions or be willing to adapt for the betterment of the team?
It didn't feel like it was a players-related thing. It felt like management against the player and ownership against the player, that the player wasn't grateful for getting that $300 million contract and this and that. So from all reports and from all the people that I talked to, it was not like Rafi was an issue with the players. It feels like this came from the very, very top. Yeah. And I think you could see some players come out here and have themselves a night. But how long does that last? How long can that go? Don't know.
I think we got to do it, Sam. Let's just bet the Red Sox tonight. Why not? Throw a couple bucks on it, see what happens. Crazier things have probably happened than the Red Sox getting a win tonight. All right, NBA Finals, Game 6. Game 5 is tonight. Where is the room heading into that game? We will tell you next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
Where's the room? We are going to find out for Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight back in Oklahoma City. Thunder tied it up in Game 4. So we are sitting at 2-2 right now. Thunder 9.5-point favorites in this game tonight. Got to figure out where some of these props are at for this game tonight. So to do that, Paul, you coming in here to tell us where the room's at?
I am, and I will say, if you're, having a little bit of a Monday, that will snap you out of it.
That'll wake you up.
Shock
Sam screaming in your
That'll
face.
Wake you up.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. Gets the blood flowing. So again, similar to one of these last week, I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off. Number one sucks. It stinks. It's SGA to score the first field goal plus 450. So that's no fun. I guess we'll the most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's game. So we can, if you want to look at a long shot for the first field goal, you can. But let's look at the rest of these, and they're not going too crazy, but a lot of, as far as price, but some interesting ones. So number 5, get your guys' take on these as we go. But Pascal Siakam under 19.5 points at minus 120. Sam.
That would be the guy I would not fade, because of his ability to rise to the moment and meet the challenges of playing in important games. The guy knows what it takes to win. I would have leaned over. Didn't do anything with it, but if I leaned over and the room comes under, that could be an ice cream sandwich there, Paul, with the money in the middle, if you know what I'm saying.
I couldn't take the under either. I bet him over in Game 4. And that was 18.5. So we've gone up a point, 19.5 now. But everything Sam said, like, this is the most experienced player on the Pacers team. I don't see him fading away in this series or in this game. If anything, I think he is the one who's your leading scorer tonight for the Pacers. And in order for them to win this game, I think you're going to have your leading scorer score into the 20s. So not sure I'm going to play the over. I think the number's pretty sharp, but I don't think I would take the under on it.
All right. Number 4, Jalen Williams under 5.5 rebounds at minus 105.
So random.
Yeah.
It just feels like we're closing our eyes and eeny, meeny, miny, mowing it on a random rebound prop. I know, Paul, you love the random rebound props. It's funny. I don't hear that and think, oh, I gotta fade it. That's not the one yet. Siakam of the two would be the one that I would fade of the two that you mentioned so far. But I want to do nothing with Jalen Williams rebounds. No idea.
Yeah, this just feels very random. Jalen Williams, 12 potential boards. That's what he's averaging at home in this series, 11 altogether in this series. So that gets you well over that. But potential assists is a number where that feels accurate because those assists would have come had the player made the shot. Where potential rebounds, we talk about that a lot, but what does that really tell you? Like the ball bounced in their direction? I don't know. So I wouldn't fade this. I wouldn't play it. I just wouldn't do anything with Jalen Williams rebounds tonight.
All right, number 3, staying with the rebounds, staying under. Lou Dort, under 3.5 rebounds at minus 115.
That could be the one. That could be the one I love the most, going the other way. It's not a big number. This guy, he could get there very easily. I think you look at his game log, and here it is right here. So in 4 games, Paul, 4, 2, 4, and 3. Specifically, just went under in the last game, and it's minus 115, so they're taxing the underside just a little bit. I'm going to go out and say Lou Dort gets 5 rebounds tonight. Are you laddering Dort over? This is usually you throw this at us. Should we ladder Dort over on boards?
Plus 150 for 5+. I mean,
I knew it.
It's staring me in the eye.
I knew it.
Paul's had that on
That's
his
the
card
one.
all morning, just waiting to give it out.
He's out there. He's out there. I mean, he's played 36, 33 minutes in 3 of the 4 games. So it's not like he's not out there. Rebounds are so random, though, for guards. You know, it's one thing for a big because you get so many chances being around the rim. But Dort's going to guard the perimeter a lot. And if he boxes out and gets a couple long rebounds, then maybe an offensive rebound. I mean, it's not like it's an unattainable number. So that's my favorite fade so far. Dort under rebounds, spinning it toward the over 3.5 at -105. I think that's my leader in the clubhouse right now, Kate.
My leader is still Siakam over his points. The most important thing that you mentioned for the over on this is just his minutes played. He's going to be on the floor a ton. Can he get to 4 rebounds playing 36 minutes? Probably. He has the last 2 times he's played 36 minutes. Over. You could talk me into it. Am I realistically going to bet it? Probably not.
How many threes do we think Indiana shoots tonight? Like ballpark number.
What do they have?
I'll tell you why I'm
last
asking.
one? They have 36.
Okay.
A lot of those long rebounds.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if you want to go back for a ladder case, I mean, Exhibit A, T-Wolves, when they went 11 for 39, he had 8 boards. So if you want to believe in the ladder, I'm just trying to give people a reason to believe in the ladder.
Well, Noops, when he was on
shooting night. Right.
He mentioned that, sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but when Noops was on, he mentioned that the Pacers are still going to continue to fire from deep. So he gave out 2 3-point props for the Pacers that he liked. So there you go, right there. An expert, NBA analyst expert, thinks that they're going to keep firing.
I haven't studied a lot of Pacers team totals, but it looks like in game number 2, they took 26. And game number 3, they didn't take many more than that. In game number 3, they took 27. And then the last game, no, wait a minute. They took, 27. So 26, 27. And then in the last game, they took 36. So last game was sort of a bigger number for them. We'll see. I think I'm fading the room on Dort.
All right. And number 2, SGA. Under 34.5 points, -125.
Oh, man. 50.
As they just take control of the series. In emphatic fashion.
At LeBron's prime in the playoffs, what was his points prop at? Like, do we remember? This is very high. Giannis, I don't think, was even at 34.5 in his finals series. I'm tempted to say I'm with the room on this one and take the under. But what SGA showed us in the fourth quarter of that last game is when he decides that he wants to go off and put the team on his back, he can pretty much do that.
We didn't really have the options we had when LeBron was in his absolute prime. You didn't have all these different sports books in all these different states. But I remember when he was on Cleveland the second go around, there were some books in Vegas in the finals that were dealing him like 30.5, 31.5. But remember, LeBron was always more facilitator than like lethal scorer. So, I mean, he could get you 35, 40, but LeBron's triple-double number in his prime was 3.25, 350. That was where they taxed you on LeBron, his PRA and his triple-double. Not so much on the points. I mean, you could have seen him a couple times in the low 30s, but I don't remember a lot of 34.5s. But SGA's a scorer, first and foremost. LeBron was a Swiss Army knife, and still is to an extent. But his point prop, I don't remember being that routinely high at 34.5.
If you're wondering, I know you are. MGM has SGA at 45 plus 475.
That's it?
Jeez. Yeah, that was my reaction too. I was hoping for more. And that is the room. That's where the room is. Well, let's see. Long shot, first field goal. Let's look at that real quick. Some options. Oh, and you get the second chance token at BetMGM. So if they score the second field goal, you get your stake back. Siakam plus 750. It's all Thunder for the first four options.
What's Hartenstein?
You go.
What is it? What's he first basket?
Plus 700. He's fourth on the board.
That's it?
Yeah.
What a
guy
joke.
barely had any shots in game 4. He should be a little bit higher than that.
Brutal price for a guy who had 2 points in the last game.
If you want to go with one of Noob's Pacers guys to hit a 3, Neesmith plus 1050, Nemhard plus 875, and our guy Dort is plus 875 as well.
I would take Nemhard at 875 over Neesmith. But I like Dort to go over his 3-point prop in this game as well. Not sure that means I need to bet him to have the first bucket of the game and that be a 3.
Well, that's the room. The room usually loses more nights than not. I did want to bring up something we haven't discussed yet in the NBA, and I don't think it's our fault. I think it's the people who write headlines' fault. In what world is Desmond Bane a part of a blockbuster deal? I don't understand. I mean, he's a very good player, but that's not a blockbuster in my world. I don't get it. I also don't understand the return.
Exactly. That was crazy to me. 4 first-round picks and a 2029 pick swap for Desmond Bane, along with Cole Anthony and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Like, that is a haul for Desmond Bane. I know he's a good shooter. He was number 2. I mean, the second best player on the Grizzlies. But that's a lot to give up for Desmond Bane. And that means the Orlando Magic think that they are going all in on right now, thinking that they are in win now mode with the roster. And maybe it's not next season, but continuing to build 2-3 years down the road, they see themselves as a title contender. But you just gave up a lot for Desmond Bane. I was shocked when I saw just the haul that they got back for him.
So you're going to come in next year with Corey Joseph, Desmond Bane, the Wagners, Paolo, Wendell Carter, got Gary Harris and Jonathan Isaac off the bench, Chet Howard off the bench, Anthony Black. Okay, so you have a really nice core. I can't believe it was 4 first rounders. I saw this on X last night. Somebody tweeted, let me get the handle right, at W_B_Rick. Okay. Just tried to trade Desmond Bane for 4 picks on my 2K franchise, and my Xbox just blew up. Pretty funny. I mean, that's pretty good.
I think a lot of people's reaction. But what he gives the Orlando Magic is scoring, and that's what they lacked last year. Like, the Magic were a great defensive team, but they didn't exactly have someone that you could be like, go get us a bucket immediately, or totally stretch the floor, where I think he adds to that. I still don't know if it's enough to win a championship.
Let this sink in. Desmond Bane got 4 first-round picks in return. That was the haul, right? You got all that. Rafi Devers brought back a pitcher with an ERA in the 4s and a pitcher with an ERA in the 6s.
Yeah. Interesting league to league. It also makes you wonder, Sam, like, what's Giannis's price going to be if he wants to be moved? If Desmond Bane is 4 first rounders plus 2 fine role players, Cole Anthony will likely be moved. I don't think his final destination is the Grizzlies because they have Scottie Pippen Jr. as their backup. But you have to wonder, 4 first rounds for Bane, what is Giannis's asking price then? 8?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think we'll find out soon enough. I can confirm if Giannis gets traded, though, That's a blockbuster. Desmond Bain is not a blockbuster. He's a nice player, a really good scorer. Let's leave it at that. And we'll see. We'll see if Orlando gets better. Don't think they're going to suddenly be the best team in the East or the team to beat or anything like that. I just laughed when I saw the headline of a lot of these stories on a lot of websites. Blockbuster trade. No.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was a trade.
Rafael Devers, more of a blockbuster trade than Desmond Bain. And so we have a poll question up over on X at bet_sweats. Will the Red Sox rally or fall flat after this Devers trade? Head over to X and voice your opinion on our poll. Again, at bet_sweats. All right. Next, give out our lightning bets. Where are we putting our money today? We'll wrap things up next here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way in just a few moments. Sammy P, Kate Constable here hanging out with you. Sam, it's been a fun week and a couple days with you. Joe's back tomorrow. The crew, the band's back together. But it's been fun hanging with you for a couple days.
It's been a good time. It's been 7 shows, and I have a feeling that this will happen again in a couple of months because Joe has to take a real vacation. I don't know that going with 17 teenagers to a baseball tournament is vacation.
That sounds like the opposite of a vacation.
We'll get the full report tomorrow. On the bright side, though, you get to sleep in tomorrow, which I'm sure you're excited about.
I do. That'll be nice. Couple extra hours of sleep means I can stay up late and watch the game tonight, Sam. Don't have to worry about getting to bed immediately after it's over.
Yeah, it was fun. I thought Trevor's story, I thought, that was a legendary moment in the making. I have to tear it off the, we got to move on with our lives.
You got to keep that for the memories, Sam. Put that on your little wall behind you.
On my little wall behind me.
Trevor's story. The memory will live on. What could have been back-to-back home run calls by Kate Constable. Fortunately, that whole shtick died before it got off the ground. But we live to bet another day. So you want to start us off, Sam? We'll jump into lightning bets right off the bat here.
Sure. I do like Halliburton's PRA. I'm going to do that just in case he doesn't get there scoring-wise. I do think we have an all-around game from him, and I think the show's done a pretty good job of figuring out when he was going to rise and when he was going to fall. I think we get a stat-stuffing game from Tyrese Halliburton. His PRA is 30.5 right now, and it's minus 115 at most places. MGM minus 118. So that's what I'm going to do. I think he can give you 15 points, 7 boards, 10, 11 assists, and get over it. It's going to be a sweat. I don't think he's going to fly over it. He's not going to do the 35, 15, and 10 again, I don't think. But I do think fourth quarter, if they're down, we've seen him get more aggressive as a shooter. And you really need the points here. Because if you get 10 boards and 10 assists, you're going to need those 12 points, right? If you get 20 points, it's a lot easier to get over. You can get multiple points in one trip. You can only get 1 board and 1 assist. So he needs to be a better scorer. But I think if he gets 15 points, he'll get over the 30.5. And are we doing the Red Sox? Are we taking plus 155? Let's call it plus 160. Yeah, you can. There's 66, 62, 63, 66. But consensus price is probably $1.60. So let's do that on Boston without Rafi Devers, who, by the way, apparently there's a report going on social right now that I don't know if it's true or not, that he's willing to play anywhere in San Francisco. We'll see. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's floating around the internet right now. So let's say they win one in rally for no Rafi, if that makes any sense.
That's like breaking up with someone because you're not ready to settle down, and then 6 months later you're engaged. Like, that's the equivalent of that. Him not wanting to switch positions with the Red Sox, goes to San Francisco, and he's willing to play anywhere. That's got to piss some people off in Boston, right?
They do. Yikes. They do have a Gold Glover at third in San Francisco, so I think
that makes things a little bit more difficult.
He's going to have to do some other things, but maybe he's incentivized by his new team. We'll see. We'll see how the cookie crumbles.
All right, I'm going to go, Red Sox with you. I liked Lou Dort over 1.5 threes, but that has been on the move, and it's juicy, minus 160. So the way around that is to play Lou Dort to have 3+ threes. So you get that at plus 150. I actually don't think that's all that terrible. So I'm going to play Dort 3 threes. I'm going to play Alex Caruso over 10.5 points. He's going to continue to get the minutes. The Thunder continue going to play more small ball lineups. He's going to be out there because of his defense. He's been fairly clutch down the stretch. You can count on him to knock down his free throws. So I like Caruso, even though he's only averaging about 10 points per game. I like him to go over 10.5 tonight. And I'm also going to play the Thunder in the first half, minus 5.5. The Thunder in their 2 games this series in OKC, they have pretty much outscored the Pacers by nearly 40 in the first half. So they are just dominating early on at home. I think they do that again this half. So I will take Thunder minus 5.5 in the first half. I also lean to the full game under, but that's not something I'm going to have on my card today. Jake and Paul. Paul and Jake, do you want to come in?
Dort, 5+ rebounds. Plus 150. Got to do it. Got to do it. And this is going to be everything I can.
3.5.
No, I like that, though. I mean, honestly, that's probably the better way to fade the room if we're being honest. And similar to Sam trying to hold back from betting on hockey, it will be everything I can do up until tip-off just because of all our Dort talk to not bet Lou Dort plus 875 for the first field goal. I'm going to do everything I can not to bet that, but I just it keeps showing up on my BetMGM page. Yeah.
If you don't bet it, that's going to be basically like the room, and then it's going to hit.
Yeah.
It's pretty much what happens.
Thank God, Jake. Thank God I was not on Sam Burns this week, but it kind of pretty much was like I was. The golf gods thought I was.
Yep, just another week being on Victor Hovland, and he comes in second. Again, really third, I guess. Really awesome. Tale as old as time. Also, that text from Paul that he is, in fact, on Lou Dort first basket in about 5 hours is just going to hit so hard. Can't wait for that text. I'll go the Rafi Devers fallen hero spot. I'll bet on the Red Sox against the Mariners. I'm in on that. Then Murray State plus the 3.5 on the run line. We're going down with the ship. It's worked all tournament long. No reason to go away from it. And let's go LSU.
Who do you have winning the whole thing? Oh, you have a 12-1 ticket on LSU, don't you?
Oh yeah, buddy. Oh yeah. Can't wait to see how it loses. Going to be really awesome when Coastal just wins. Can't wait. Really fun. Love betting.
All right. Well, got 5 minutes left in the show, gentlemen.
What do we think?
We got to talk
favorite
about
part
something
of the trip was? Is it like
that implies that there was a
boardwalk in Myrtle Beach, but like it's a very like I don't know carnival-y sort of town. Like, is he like playing kind of chaperone? Like, here's some tickets, and like, are they too old for that? Maybe it's like, hey, go disappear for a couple hours. Is it like the Sandlot where the kids are running off and throwing a bunch of chew in their cheeks and puking on like the Ferris wheel or roller coaster? What do we think happened?
Is Joe like a warm weather guy? Like, does he enjoy being out in the sun?
He's got a pool.
Oh, okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he likes being out at the field. I think he likes coaching, obviously. He likes being a part of it. He loves coaching his son. I don't know, because Paul had asked, are you all staying in like barracks, or I forget the term you used,
like
Paul.
A dorm?
Yeah,
I might have said barracks.
Is the whole team staying in one room? Yeah, it's just like, you're all going to the military and you're all sleeping on bunks. I just don't know that he had any me time on this whole trip, because he's got a coach, but then I don't imagine that everybody's parents went on this trip. So he's half coach, half chaperone, half like travel guy, like making sure everything is right. So we'll see. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what he looks like tomorrow. See if he's got that. Maybe he's got like the t-shirt tan, where it's
wicked
very
farmer's tan for sure. Wicked farmer's tan, 1,000%.
And like the baseball like glasses,
the sunglasses tan.
Yeah.
Over under on how many wins the squad had this week. Like, do we know how good they are? Is this a
Didn't
tournament
sa-
that you have to like play into?
It sounded like the competition was going to be pretty fierce. So I'm not going to say that he doesn't have a good team. I just think they might be going against
Up
it was all
against
Florida
some of
and
those teams from the South. Yeah.
California.
I believe expectations were pretty low from what I remember.
Yeah.
We asked what the win total was, and he didn't answer on the trip. So
yeah,
that tells you what you need to know right there.
Probably.
Jake, it's always good. Go ahead, Paul.
I was just gonna say I'm half expecting him to show up with like one of those like big like fruity drinks that you would like walk down Bourbon Street with, and just like show up tomorrow and be like just like gassed, just be like, I need this. Like, I'm just toast after a week.
I mean, if he's getting back today, tomorrow's going to be a rude awakening.
I think today's the travel day, but he also, that wasn't a relaxing vacation. That was work.
No.
So now he comes back and has to deal with me and Paul and Jake and Gertch and all that. So I'm sure he'll be in a chippy mood tomorrow.
Surely.
For sure.
Jake, I was going to bring up your love life to wrap things up.
Sure.
Any new
Lack
news?
thereof. No.
Yeah, that's why I want to check in, see how you're doing.
I mean, how we're doing, morale's great. Anytime that you can get the local bar to adopt hurricane shots when they had previously never done those before, and you're the guinea pig, it always goes pretty well. So
explain very quick what a hurricane shot is.
You get water splashed in your face and slapped across the face by the bartender or server, in our case. It's a great time.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I know someone who knows her.
That was a new thing you brought to the bar.
Of course you do.
You liked it.
That was strong. Dude, you were outside all weekend. I love it. Yeah.
I was outside. Yeah. I need to be locked indoors.
Well, you will be for the next 5 days because you live at the studio. So, good for you. Guys, thanks for a fun 7 days, 7 shows with you. Joe O back tomorrow. Thanks for joining us here on Bet Sweats. The guys will see you then. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A daily tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Up and running on hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. It is a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we will delve into basketball and what will happen tonight in Oklahoma City with the Thunder welcoming the Pacers in Game 5. That is after we recap an incredible finish to the United States Open at Oakmont. In 20 minutes, we'll talk Fever basketball with John Nolan, the play-by-play voice of Indiana. And yes, Best Bets ready to go in 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. You can stream our show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, when I was in Annapolis over the weekend, I think it was the same guy, I forget, who I was talking about earlier in the show, who I was talking to in the bar, and he asked me if I was on Snapchat. Can I get your Snapchat? And I was like, I am not, well, I am, but I haven't used Snapchat in like years, and I was never really an avid user. I feel like, do people still use